Chapter 4055. Fight for what's right. Eugene, one of the four great gods. Although Sister Zhen and the rest were Lei Gong's people, the four great gods had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, if they did not hand Eugene over, Lei Gong might reprimand them. Since that's the case, fine. Sister Na Zhen thought of this, so she finally nodded and agreed. While they were talking, Zhongshan had already arrived with Lin Ling in tow. Both of them had overheard everyone's conversation. Lin Ling, you even killed Martial Godwin Tian? Heavens, you killed the chaotic city lord. That's no small matter. Now, you've even killed the people of other gods. Zhongshan was shocked and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Challengers like them often did missions outside, so they did not pay much attention to what happened in the 9 states. Especially after becoming Heavenly Voice of God, they only had one goal, and that was the world's will. Therefore, they were not very clear about Lin Ling's situation. Hearing Zhongshan's shout, Sister Zhen and the others had a change in expression and frowned. You're Lin Ling? Good, you're really lawless. You've even brought the wildness of the 9 prefectures into the world of gods. However, we'll deal with the matter of the primal chaos city leader later. Lord Thunder God will punish you. You'll go with them to see Yushin now. The girl called Sister Zhen immediately reprimanded. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. Eugene's people? He vaguely felt that something was wrong. I'm here to see Lei Gong. Before I see Lei Gong, I won't go anywhere. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly and said plainly. He did not know who Eugene was, but he had a feeling that if he left with Eugene, he would be in danger. After all, although he was quite strong in the final world, he was still much weaker than the challengers. How dare you? You've just become the heavenly voice of God. No, you're not considered the heavenly voice of God yet. After hearing Sister Zhen's words, you actually didn't do as she said. Seeing Lin Ling refuse, one of them immediately frowned and said, looking at Sister Zhen again, her face was also somewhat unhappy. Of course, the others didn't say anything. Their eyes continued to flicker. I want to ask, in Lei Gong's place, does a trial taker have the right to order others around just because they have a high status? Lin Ling's face was still calm as he said lightly. That's not true. We're all Lei Gong's trial takers. Our goal is to protect the void, so no one has a higher authority than anyone else. Zhongshan, who was next to him, said immediately. However, he changed the topic and said, however, Sister Zhen's seniority is considered the highest among us. What she said is not wrong. That's right. Lei Gong is currently comprehending the void. Otherwise, Lord Lei Gong would be the one to speak. The others nodded in agreement. Since you have no right to order me around, why should I listen to you? Lin Ling shook his head and said, You. Sister Zhen and the others were furious. This Lin Ling was a newcomer, but he didn't know the rules at all. Lin Ling, you have to know that this is Eugene's order. Sister Zhen finally took a step forward and said, I'm also one of Lei Gong's people. What right does Eugene have to order one of Lei Gong's people around? Lin Ling looked at her indifferently. He wasn't afraid at all. However, he could guess that this so-called Eugene must be one of the 4 great gods. Otherwise, these trial takers wouldn't have given her face. Lord Lei Gong is the most law-abiding. If he knew about this, he would definitely send you to see Eugene. After all, murder is an indelible crime. Sister Zhen's voice started to turn cold. She had no enmity with Lin Ling, but she didn't like Lin Ling's unruly attitude. Lord Lei Gong is indeed law-abiding, and the rules are that you have no right to order me around. If Lord Lei Gong knows that you've overstepped your authority, I'm sure he won't let you off. Lin Ling sneered. This time, Sister Zhen's face turned even uglier. This was because Eugene's trial takers were watching from the side. If she couldn't even discipline a newcomer, others would laugh at her. Sister Zhen, forget it. Seeing how tense the situation was, Lei Gong's trial takers tried to persuade her. Lin Ling, just apologize. Go back with Eugene's people. It's not a big deal. Zhongshan said to Lin Ling. However, Sister Zhen and Lin Ling had no intention of backing down. You said that I killed someone, but in Heaven Pass City, it was that Castellan Xiao who wanted to kill me first. Since he attacked me, How can I allow myself to be trampled on? Lin Ling said again. At that time, you weren't heavenly voice of God, you were just a trial taker. You didn't have the qualifications to kill him. Sister Jin said domineeringly. Lin Ling laughed. Although I'm not heavenly voice of God, I have the Snow Wind Academy's supreme token. Seeing the token is the same as seeing the principal. A main city's castellan wanted to kill the principal, can't the principal retaliate? Moreover, a trial taker's status isn't so low that others can step on his head as they wish. Lin Ling's words were reasonable, and Sister Jin couldn't refute him. But the Chaos City Lords matter. However, Zhong Shan suddenly spoke up. The Chaos City Lord isn't even a trial taker, and he's Lei Gong's man. This is already a violation of the rules, so he deserves it. Lin Ling said again. Alright, you can say what you said before, but what about Wenyan Martial God? His status is higher than yours, what do you say? Sister Zhen suddenly looked at Lin Ling, and her expression became sharp. She obviously didn't expect this Lin Ling to be so arrogant. The more he spoke, the more imposing he became, making it difficult for her to step down. May I ask, in the end, is it the world or the entire 9 prefectures that can't kill people? Lin Ling wasn't afraid and asked back. Everyone fell silent, faintly feeling that what Lin Ling was going to say next wasn't simple. Seeing everyone fall silent, Lin Ling said again, I killed Wenyan Martial God in the Void Passage. If it's not allowed to kill people there, then countless people in the 9 prefectures are guilty. The last sentence caused the palace to fall into silence. Sister Jin's expression was ugly. The other trial takers had complicated expressions. No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling was reasonable. However, Lin Ling didn't do well in one area, and that was not giving them face. Therefore, the trial takers felt that Sister Jin wouldn't let this matter rest. After all, she also wanted face. Lin Ling, you'd better not say anything. Zhong Shan's expression suddenly became awkward as he advised Lin Ling, my personality is like this. If you are right, I will apologize. If you are unreasonable, I will even dare to say it in front of Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling looked at Zhong Shan and said word by word, this is my principle. The palace fell silent, and no one spoke. Sigh, we are also here under orders. Although you are right, you should say this to Eugene. If you make things difficult for us, we will also be in a difficult position. Chapter 4056. Forcefully attacking. This person looked apologetic, but his words had undoubtedly aroused the arrogance in Sister Jin's heart. Because in front of a newbie like Lin Ling, her real sister was also reprimanded by Lin Ling. How could she take this lying down? Don't worry, since I've promised Eugene, I'll definitely send her over. Sister Jin took a step forward and unleashed her divine energy. She looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, I'm sorry to offend you. Even if Lord Lei Gong was here, he would do the same and demand an explanation from Eugene. Moreover, Lord Lei Gong doesn't want his relationship with Eugene to be affected because of a mere participant like you. I can understand if you don't want to go now, but sometimes, rules are rules. As soon as she finished speaking, she attacked Lin Ling as well. Terrifying realm energy and divine energy covered the heavens and the earth as they gushed out. The world essence and divine force directly made heaven and earth change color, extremely ferocious. His power of divinity had probably reached over 20 strands. As for talent, Lin Ling also sensed that this woman also had a divine fetus body, and it seemed to be of a higher level than his human monarch flame. Sister Jin. Seeing this, the other trial takers immediately shouted anxiously. Don't worry. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Moreover, Lin Ling is still the heavenly voice of God. I will ensure his safety. Big Sister Najin waved her hand and said with a look of responsibility. But Lin Ling cursed in his heart. This stupid woman. Although he did not know why Eugene was looking for him, he guessed that it had something to do with Luli Empress. It seemed like Eugene was asking Lin Ling to explain himself, but in reality, it would be difficult for him to return. At that time, even if Lei Gong appeared, Lin Ling would be dead. Would Lei Gong fall out with Eugene because of him? Lin Ling knew his limits. He knew that this was impossible. Sister Zhen, you keep talking about the rules, but from the looks of it, you're the one who broke the rules by touching Lei Gong. Lin Ling mobilized all the strength in his body, fused with his talent, and resisted with all his strength. However, he was still suppressed to the point that his entire body trembled. The other party's strength was too strong. No matter which domain it was, they all surpassed Lin Ling. Lin Ling even realized that under Sister Zhen's immense power of divinity, it was difficult for him to use the step of wisdom. Moreover, this was still Sister Zhen not erupting with the might of her divine embryo, only relying on her realm essence and divine power. Don't worry, Sister Zhen will take responsibility for her own actions. I still think that even if Lei Gong finds out, he won't blame me. Elder Sister Zhen said sternly with a ferocious look on her face. She wanted to suppress Lin Ling and personally send him out. Rumble. Wind and clouds began to roll in the sky as if the gods were enraged. In fact, as a trial taker, especially those who had reached the level of God's heavenly voice, were all half-step gods. Their strength was not much weaker than the top 10 martial gods of 9 regions. Looking at the multicolored clouds in the sky, at this moment, there was also a huge vortex, which made all the people outside Snow City suck in a breath of cold air. In their eyes, the sky was like the sky was angry, and the terrible majesty was continuing to erupt. However, didn't Lin Ling go to meet the gods? How did he trigger such a fluctuation? Only Luli Empress stood in the sky in the distance with a sneer on her face. She naturally guessed what had happened, because this was something she had personally asked Eugene for help. This was also the last chess piece she had placed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling thought that as long as he could meet the gods, he would have nothing to worry about. He didn't know that in the world of the gods, Luli Empress also had a certain right to speak, and Lin Ling was just a trial taker who had just advanced. His words were insignificant, and no one would give him face at all. She estimated that the current Lin Ling would be taken away, and if he was taken to Eugene, then Lin Ling's life and death would no longer be in his control. At that time, even if she killed Lin Ling, it could be said that Lin Ling had resisted tenaciously and was killed by mistake. If Lei Gong knew about it, even if he was angry and blamed them, he wouldn't touch them easily. Rumble. At this moment, there was a golden flame roaring in the sky. This was obviously Lin Ling's divine embryo body fighting against Sister Zhen. However, he still couldn't stop Sister Zhen's means. Then, white electric snakes appeared and lingered in the sky, as if a thunder tribulation was descending. Moreover, under Sister Zhen's enormous divine power, Lin Ling had also pushed all his strength to the limit, causing the white thunder to be extremely crazy. Thunder was originally fierce, and the more it was suppressed, the more violent it was. Pa-pa-pa. The sound of electric arcs exploding could be heard, spreading to the ground. Anyone who was weak would be instantly electrocuted by the sudden explosion of voltage. But soon, the thunder was also sucked in by a huge vortex and couldn't resist Sister Zhen at all. However, at this moment, in the distant void, an old man's expression changed, and he laughed in shock. It appeared again, old friend Lei's talent. He sensed and immediately flew in the direction of the final world. He was naturally treasure god Nan Wufenyu. Of course, the same thing was happening in the huge palace. At this moment, an old man was sitting cross-legged in the palace. His long hair was like thunder, and he held a black ball of light in his hand. The ball of light was fierce, and it was constantly resisting the old man's power. And this black ball of light was the world's consciousness. Obviously, this old man was investigating the movements of the world's consciousness. But at this moment, his pupils trembled violently, and he said in shock, "The body of Lei from 10 years ago?" Then he laughed, and he laughed with incomparable excitement. Because 10 years ago, the body of Lei appeared once, and then disappeared without a trace. When he wanted to look for it, he couldn't find it at all in the vast void. This made him feel extremely regretful. And the body of Lei that appeared 10 years ago was obviously when Lin Ling was fighting Longyang. Because the body of Lei was the best body of divine embryo to inherit his Lei Gong's legacy. And for so many years, he had taught many thunder geniuses, but compared to the body of Lei, they were obviously much worse. He knew that the body of Lei Zhe was the talent of the Lei Zhe god from the era of gods, but that expert had fallen. It's finally appeared. The old man put away the world's consciousness in his hand, and then he was shocked. It seems that it's very close to here. He sensed it, and his expression changed drastically. Because he also sensed what was happening outside. The person with the body of Lei Zhe was in his immortal realm, and it seemed to be his trial challenger. Isn't that Lin Ling? Lin Ling has the body of Lei Zhe? God, why didn't I know? You have to know that when I thought highly of him, he didn't have the body of Lei Zhe. When did he have the body of Lei Zhe? Then the old man's beard blew up, and he was obviously very surprised. Chapter 4057. Drive and turn. He was taken away? It's Eugene's people. What the hell are they doing? Stealing my trial taker? Eugene, are you trying to snatch him from me? No way. After investigating for a while, he madly rushed out of the main hall, smashing through the stone door of the main hall. Then he rushed out. At this moment, outside, Lin Ling was already wrapped up by a storm. All of his power was sealed within, causing him to only be able to stare coldly at Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen clasped her hands behind her back and said calmly, Lin Ling, I'm sorry for offending you. Don't worry, follow them to Eugene. You just need to explain yourself. Eugene won't do anything to you. Touch your ass. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. Sister Zhen was too naive. If Lin Ling were to go, he would most likely die. Unfortunately, Sister Yuzhen was unable to explain herself. This stubborn woman had mistaken herself for Lei Gong and thought that everything she did was right. Thank you, Sister Zhen. Don't worry, we will send him back. The Eugene trial taker cupped his hands and smiled. As expected of Sister Zhen, a 7-star trial taker under Lei Gong. You're the only one who can solve a problem that no one else can. Another person said flatteringly. However, this flattery made Sister Zhen very happy. She modestly said, You're too kind. We 4 gods are a family. It's normal for us to help each other. Then we will take our leave. After all, Eugene has been waiting for a long time. Those people bowed again, then left with Lin Ling. A strange talisman appeared in the hand of the leader. After tearing it, mysterious words appeared in the sky. Then he slapped it toward Lin Ling. However, there was still an indestructible storm around Lin Ling. When the divine talismans arrived, he immediately felt his body lighten. Then he was carried away by the leader. This made Lin Ling extremely anxious. He never thought that he would encounter such an accident when he came to see Lei Gong. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist at the moment and could only let the other party take him away. However, right at this moment, a terrifying and tyrannical lightning descended. A majestic old man with long hair and a loose robe stood in front of the few men, blocking their path. Moreover, he was looking at the group of men with a dignified expression. You're courting death. With their path suddenly blocked, one of them immediately cursed angrily. That was because they were so close to completing the mission. They were very happy, but who knew that someone would dare to interfere? Do you believe us? However, when he saw the old man in front of him clearly, his pupils constricted and his face turned pale. Then he stuttered, Lei Gong? Believe what or not? The old man had his hands behind his back and spoke in a dignified manner. This is a misunderstanding, Lord Lei Gong. It's a misunderstanding. That person hurriedly slapped himself a few times until his teeth fell out. However, he continued to smile. That was because he knew that this was one of the 4 great gods, Lei Gong. Even if Eugene was here, she would have to show some respect to this hot-tempered thunder god, let alone a mere trial taker like him. Lord Lei Gong. When the other trial takers saw Lei Gong, their expressions changed and they all bowed. What happened? Lei Gong ignored the crowd and spoke coldly. Lord Lei Gong, it's like this. Sister Zhen, who was still standing in front of the palace, hurriedly explained what had happened and Eugene's motive. Moreover, as she spoke, she thought that with Eugene's status, Lord Lei Gong would show her some respect. When Lei Gong heard those words, he was stunned. He had thought that these people from Eugene were here to snatch people from him. Who knew that they were here to capture people and convict them? Capture people who had inherited the thunder inheritance and convict them? He had waited for so long and finally met a person with the divine thunder body. Now, they wanted to capture him and convict him? This is the truth. Not only did Lin Ling kill City Lord Xiao, he also killed martial god Wen Tian. When Sister Zhen saw Lei Gong's shocked expression, she naturally interpreted it as Lord Lei Gong's dissatisfaction with Lin Ling and the chaotic city lord. At the side, Zhong Shan also stammered. That's why Eugene wanted him, so we sent him over. However, I think Lord Lei Gong should, Sister Zhen said with a smile. However, before she could finish her sentence, a thunderstorm surged out. Bang bang bang. All the challengers, including Sister Zhen, were smashed into the walls of the palace. They even spat out mouthfuls of blood. When they slid down from the walls, they were all dumbfounded. As for those who caught Lin Ling, they were in even more trouble. They were too close to Lei Gong and were directly struck by the powerful electric arcs. Their bodies were twitching non-stop. This was before Lei Gong made his move. If he made his move, they would have been electrocuted into ashes. Only Lin Ling was unharmed. The thunderstorm still surrounded his body. However, Lei Gong strode forward and broke the storm himself. He then looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Are you all right?" This action undoubtedly shocked Sister Zhen and the others who were far away. This was because Lord Lei Gong had personally rescued Lin Ling? Brother Zhong Shan, am I dreaming? Why don't you try and kick me? I can kick you 10 times. Some of the challengers were even talking incoherently. This was because they were too familiar with Lei Gong. Lei Gong was a god left behind from the era of gods. For thousands of years, he had seen through life and death. He had comprehended the mysteries of the universe. In this world, there were very few people who could move his heart. Even for them, Lei Gong's attitude towards them was very cold and dignified. This made them realize that these seniors who had lived for countless years, the only people who could move their hearts were those left behind from the era of gods. But now, Lei Gong was actually so doting towards a junior who had just become the heavenly voice of gods? Does it hurt? Are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? In fact, Lei Gong was indeed very doting towards Lin Ling. It was too much. Lin Ling knew many seniors in his life. For example, his teacher Xing Shiyun of Jiezhou. Although they also cared about Lin Ling, they definitely did not dote on him to this extent. This made Lin Ling a little dumbfounded. Did he hurt you? Don't worry, I will teach them a lesson. Seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, Lei Gong immediately looked at Sister Zhen and the others. His face was instantly filled with anger. His hair fluttered as if he was the wrath of the thunder god. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this scene, Sister Zhen and the others immediately knelt down on one knee. Their bodies were also trembling. It has nothing to do with them. However, at this time, Lin Ling also spoke. Chapter 4058. An explanation. Lord Lei Gong, my name is Lin Ling, and I am one of the challengers. My guardian is the old woman from Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling felt the need to clarify some things so that Lei Gong wouldn't misunderstand. I know. You are the one who grows the fastest among my 10 trial takers. Lei Gong lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. The anger on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a smile. That kind and amiable smile undoubtedly made Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan extremely jealous. You don't have to say anything. I understand. However, Lei Gong did not explain anything. His amiable smile turned into a mysterious smile. This also made Lin Ling blink continuously, even more confused. Lei Gong looked at the people from Eugene and asked calmly, "Why did you take my people away?" Lord Lei Gong, it was Eugene who asked for it. As trial takers, we can only listen to her orders. Those men were so scared that they trembled and immediately knelt down and said, "Eugene?" Upon hearing this, Lei Gong's eyes flashed. Then he looked at the distant sky and pointed his finger. "Then, come and see me." It was a simple sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. With a point of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot out and tore through the sky, creating a huge void passage in the sky. Soon, a woman appeared in the void passage and walked out with light steps. This woman was dressed in a long black muslin dress. Her feet were bare, and her face was covered with a black veil. As for her hairstyle, it was the classic hairstyle of a goddess. She looked extremely mysterious. Her steps did not seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Lei Gong. The cold and elegant eyes under the black veil indifferently glanced at Lin Ling, then landed on Lei Gong. Lord Eugene. Looking at this mysterious woman, all the trial challengers knelt down on one knee and bowed. One must know that although the relationship between the four gods wasn't very deep, they were still allies and friends. Therefore, when the trial takers of each side met the gods of the other side, they would be extremely respectful. The reason for this was because the four of them were the only four gods left from the era of gods. Therefore, all grudges and enmity had long since vanished into thin air under the long river of history. What remained was the appreciation between each other. Lin Ling also looked at the black-dressed woman in shock. When this woman had glanced at him, he discovered that all his secrets had been seen through. Perhaps only the primal chaos divine formula and the steps of wisdom had not been seen through. However, Lin Ling was sure that Eugene must have noticed that he had 6 stanchions. Eugene, did you send people to capture my trial taker? Lei Gong looked at Eugene and said. Eugene's cold eyes flickered slightly as if she was very surprised. This was because, generally speaking, Lei Gong would not let Eugene come personally for such a small matter. It could even be said that everyone below the gods were ants. No matter who the trial takers were, they were all ants to them. The most precious thing was the friendship between the four gods. Eugene nodded and didn't say anything else. Then let me tell you, you can touch anyone but Lin Ling. Lei Gong shouted in a low voice. Eugene's eyes flickered again as if she had understood something. Outside Blizzard City, those who tried to stop him will all die. After saying this, she turned around and left. This was also her explanation to Lei Gong. All of them would die. This meant that those who tried to stop Lin Ling would all be killed by the gods. Although killing was not allowed in the final world, it depended on who it was. For the gods, these rules naturally did not exist. Looking at Eugene's cold departure, Lei Gong was stunned. He was still angry at first, but he didn't expect Eugene to be so ruthless. In order to give him an explanation, she actually turned around and killed tens of thousands of people. Most importantly, those people were martial gods that were hard to come by. After so many years, this woman is still so ruthless. Lei Gong said to himself. At this point, his anger had dissipated by half. In this way, he could give Lin Ling an explanation. Then, he smiled at Lin Ling and personally led Lin Ling to the palace. You guys follow me? Of course, he said coldly to Sister Zhen and the others. Sister Zhen and the others turned pale. They knew they were in trouble. Especially Sister Zhen, she gritted her teeth. She didn't understand why Lei Gong was so nice to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only a 5-star trial taker, while she was a 7-star trial taker. Shouldn't she be treated better than Lin Ling? At this moment, outside Snow City, the people were still looking at the sky. However, they saw that the pressure from before had completely disappeared. Even the 5-colored clouds were rolling and converging toward the sky, gradually disappearing without a trace. What happened? This undoubtedly made the people even more suspicious. However, at this moment, the fatal danger finally arrived. Suddenly, countless black petals scattered from the sky. It was extremely beautiful. Those petals scattered from the sky and spun like a top, gradually spreading across the entire world. Oh no! Suddenly, in the distant sky, Luli Empress's expression changed. She then issued an order. Then, she didn't dare to stay and immediately left the place. Those who received Empress-colored Glaze's message had a drastic change in expression at this moment. Then, they all started to flee in all directions. However, there weren't many people who received the message. Almost at the same time, the fatal danger arrived. Those pitch-black petals began to shoot out, landing on the new heavenly court, the Duan family, and even Luli Empress's people. They directly penetrated their bodies, causing them to turn into darkness and disappear among the petals. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 experts died. Moreover, this massacre continued. One must know that these were all experts in the martial god realm. The people of the God Slayer Alliance were also standing outside Snow City. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits and wanted to escape immediately. However, just as they moved, they were shocked to find that those petals didn't pay any attention to them. Some of the fatal petals even flew past them, as if the scythe of death had passed through their heads. However, the truth was that those petals didn't touch them. This made them tremble in the sky, their faces incomparably pale. The ones who died are those who blocked the great leader. The ninth god Eye finally reacted and said solemnly, "It's Lin Ling." The leader of the Tiandi League, Wuxia, stood there holding a long spear. However, his hands were also trembling slightly. He wasn't pitying those people. Instead, he was shocked by the methods of a god. Killing martial gods was like killing ants. One must know that those who died were all martial gods. In the 9 prefectures, each of them was an existence that was hard to come by in tens of millions of years. If not for someone's summons, these experts wouldn't have appeared here. However, now they were all dead. They didn't even have the strength to resist. Cold sweat quietly flowed down Wuxia's forehead. Chapter 4059. Because of Lin Ling. Run. Looking at the experts of the new heavenly court, they wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. They burst forth with deadly speed and fled in all directions. However, even though they were fast, the black petals weren't slow either. Some people fled to Yen State, but the petals still caught up with them and killed them. Some people escaped into the void, but they still couldn't escape death in the next round. Only those who entered the forbidden area were lucky enough to survive. However, the forbidden area was far away from here. Unless one had a life-saving divine ability, who could arrive at the forbidden area in the blink of an eye? It's Lin Ling. Of course, those who were running for their lives also reacted. This was because Lin Ling was the only one who could possibly make a god kill them. This made them extremely regretful. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come today. They had come here today because they were absolutely confident that Lin Ling would definitely fail. Moreover, even if Lin Ling succeeded in reaching the seeing divinity stage, he would only succeed in preserving his life. However, they never would have thought that Lin Ling actually had the qualifications to make a god take action for him. I regret it. I shouldn't have come. Old man, don't kill me. Gradually, the only thing left in the sky and on the earth were endless cries of pain and anguish. All the experts gradually disappeared. There was no blood, only darkness. This also made the people of the snow-blowing city scared out of their wits. Such a massacre was too terrifying. A sentence also rose in their hearts: those below the gods are all ants. In other words, only by becoming a god would one be able to gain some respect. If one was merely an Einherjar, the gods would be able to kill them at will. Senior sister, did Lin Ling ask Lei Gong for help? In Snow Wind City, Xianxia looked at the great sun annihilation tribulation. The corners of his mouth were trembling as he said nervously. After all, this was the first time such a terrifying calamity had erupted in the final world for so many years. However, the old lady shook her head. It shouldn't be Lin Ling. From the looks of it, this isn't Lei Gong's doing. However, I'm afraid that Lin Ling can't escape from this. Xianxia was even more terrified now. The thousands of questions in his mind finally came to a conclusion. Lin Ling had risen. In this battle, either Lin Ling dies or they die. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Lin Ling won, so they must die. Perhaps from the beginning to the end, this was only a game of God. The old woman suddenly said. Xianxia pondered for a moment and then nodded. This was indeed the case. If Lin Ling lost, then he would undoubtedly die. And if Lin Ling died, then the tens of thousands of people in the God Slayer Alliance would also be annihilated. This was unavoidable. But fortunately, Lin Ling won. Empress, how could this be? At this moment, in the void, several figures turned into streamers and rushed toward One World Mountain. Their speed was extremely fast. reaching the speed of 8,000 realms. The woman leading them was as cold as ice. She did not say a word. She was Luli Empress. Obviously, she was also very confused by this sudden scene. According to her plan, Lin Ling should have been taken away. However, the result was that all of them were going to be killed. Most importantly, she knew that the person who did this was Eugene, because those black petals were a symbol. How could anyone understand the fact that their superior was trying to kill their own people? Moreover, seeing the forces that she had spent so much effort to cultivate being destroyed, her heart was bleeding. Because in order to cultivate these powerful experts, she had spent a lot of effort and treasures. Most importantly, the new heavenly court that her father and brother had left behind was about to be annihilated. This was even more humiliating for her. It's too late. At this moment, Luli Empress finally stopped, then looked at the old woman behind her and said. The old woman's body trembled, but she knew what Luli Empress meant, so she took out her fishing rod. Her essence blood flowed along the fishing rod, forming a blood pool in the void. After the blood pool formed, a mysterious melody spread out. The old woman's body had turned gray. Under the gentle wind of the void, she scattered like ashes. I will avenge you, the Glaze Empress said coldly. Then, she took a step forward, entered the blood pool, and disappeared. Seeing this, all the experts behind her did the same. Martial god Duanmai gritted his teeth. He knew that the Duan family was going to bleed this time, so he also entered the blood pool. The blood pool was connected to One World Mountain on the other side. If they did not enter One World Mountain through this sacrificial method, they would definitely be caught by those black petals. Sure enough, as soon as they disappeared, petals floated in the void, but they did not catch them in the end. Then, they floated casually in the void. In One World Mountain, a large number of figures appeared. They looked at the blood pool in the sky, and all of them felt like they had just survived a disaster. Then they all looked at Luli Empress. However, a mirror appeared in Luli Empress's hand, and she calmly put on makeup in front of the mirror. Seeing this, the people became even more anxious, but they did not dare to ask. They only had one thing in their hearts. So many people have died, and the Empress is still in the mood to put on makeup? 3 days later, we will have escaped this disaster. The gods will not kill us anymore. However, this silence did not last long. Luli Empress finally spoke, and her words made the people feel relieved. If the gods insisted on killing them, they knew that it was useless no matter where they ran. It was Lin Ling, and the one who killed us was Eugene. Luli Empress said again. What? Lei Gong did not kill us, but Eugene did? What is going on? Could it be that Lin Ling has become one of Eugene's men? I heard that Lady Eugene is a goddess. Could it be that she has taken a liking to Lin Ling? This is too strange. Luli Empress, say something. Why did this happen? The people were shocked and could not believe it. Luli Empress was still looking at the mirror, quietly putting on her eyebrows. However, she also smiled faintly. This smile could make the sun and moon dim, and the flowers dim in comparison. I also want to know why this happened. It was obvious that she was also very confused as to why this happened. Moreover, she was very angry. Of course, even Lin Ling himself was confused. At this moment, he appeared in the palace with an innocent look on his face. However, he could clearly think of the massacre outside Snow City. He was afraid that 90% of the martial god realm experts would die there. After Lin Ling thought about this carefully, he was also shocked. However, he did not feel any psychological pressure because the murderers of those people were gods. Moreover, Lin Ling was not the one who suggested to kill those people. Chapter 4060. Punishment. The palace was very dilapidated, and an ancient wind pervaded the surroundings. Moreover, there was nothing here, and even the ground was spotless. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sense of sorrow in the palace. It was as if the era of the gods was glorious and prosperous, but after so many years, there were only a few gods left. There was a desolation of things remaining the same, but people had changed. All of your trial missions will be reduced by 2 stars. At this moment, Lei Gong's deep voice finally floated out of his mouth. Lord Lei Gong. As soon as he said that, Zhongshan, Sister Zhen and the others' faces all changed. They had already thought about how Lei Gong would punish them. They were even willing to accept any punishment, but they never thought that it would actually be a star drop. To them, this was even harder to accept than death. This was because as long as one could become a 10-star trial taker, they would be able to take over the position of a god and become the next Lei Gong. Currently, they were very close to becoming a 10-star trial taker. If their stars were downgraded, they would have to work hard for at least 1,000,000 years. This also meant that their efforts over the past 10,000 years had all been for naught. Why? Sister Najin gritted her teeth and looked up at Lei Gong. However, Lei Gong coldly snorted, causing Sister Zhen to feel a sweetness in her throat. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. After that, Sister Zhen no longer dared to speak. Lord Lei Gong, they just don't want to offend Eugene, so this matter has nothing to do with them. At this time, Lin Ling pleaded for them. After all, Lin Ling had been in the final world for a long time. However, he had only completed 4-star missions. There were even 1 or 2 missions that gave him additional rewards. Furthermore, these people had reached 6-star and 7-star. From this, it could be seen how much effort they had put in. Now that they were being demoted, how could they accept it? As for Sister Zhen, although Lin Ling didn't like her, Lin Ling wasn't stingy to the point of being overbearing. This was because he knew that Sister Zhen didn't have any enmity with him. The reason why she attacked him was because she couldn't put her face down. However, Sister Zhen was also one of Lei Gong's 10 challengers. They would inevitably meet in the future, so Lin Ling didn't want to make their relationship too stiff. Did you see that? This is magnanimity. Look at you guys. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lei Gong said to Sister Zhen and the others, Lord Lei Gong, we were wrong. Those trial takers all lowered their heads and sincerely admitted their mistakes. However, although Sister Zhen was apologizing, her heart was burning with anger because Lin Ling seemed to be pleading for them. In fact, he was embarrassing her in front of Lei Gong. Lin Ling was definitely doing this on purpose. What a shrewd person. Sister Zhen thought to herself. In fact, she had wronged Lin Ling because Lin Ling and her met for the first time. Although there was some friction, there was no need for him to target Sister Zhen. What's more, Lin Ling still didn't know why Lei Gong valued him, so Lin Ling naturally wouldn't provoke others. How about this? Other than Shuzhen, everyone will drop 1 star. You should thank Lin Ling. In the end, Lei Gong made a decision, and his words made those trial takers extremely excited. They could accept it if it was just a drop of 1 star. At most, they would lose a few thousand years of hard work. Thank you, Lin Ling. Then, they immediately saluted Lin Ling with their hands folded. Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. Lin Ling, this matter isn't your fault. We were reckless. Please forgive us for offending you before. However, those people said politely, as if they were very grateful to Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling also cupped his hands and bowed in return. Shuzhen, aren't you going to thank Lin Ling? At this time, Lei Gong saw that Sister Zhen didn't speak, so he immediately said coldly, although you're a 7-star trial taker, you don't have the right to order other trial takers. You violated the rules, so I'm dropping 2 stars. Are you not satisfied? Your subordinate doesn't dare. Sister Zhen quickly lowered her head and said. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, Lin Ling, for pleading on my behalf. This sentence seemed very sincere, but her heart was trembling. She felt that Lin Ling was doing it on purpose, definitely on purpose. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Let bygones be bygones. Lin Ling suddenly smiled, not noticing the change in Sister Zhen's heart. Thank you. Elder Sister Zhen said again and then retreated. All of you can leave. Lin Ling said. At this time, Lei Gong waved his hand impatiently and said, Sir. All the trial takers left respectfully, and Lin Ling looked at them indifferently. He realized that there were only 5 trial takers here, and including himself, there were only 6. This meant that there were still 4 trial takers who had not appeared. However, these 5 people were very strong, surpassing Lin Ling. This strength wasn't due to talent, because Lin Ling also had the divine embryo body. However, their divine power was more than Linling's. Linling, are you curious why I value you so much? At this time, Lei Gong walked down and looked at Linling with a smile. Linling quickly nodded. Come with me. Lei Gong didn't say much and strode forward. At the other corner of the hall, there was an ancient stone door. After Lei Gong opened it, he led Linling in. What surprised Linling was that behind the stone door was a paradise. There were green mountains and clear waters, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It seemed that this paradise was in this sacred mountain. However, Linling didn't expect this sacred mountain to be so big. Looking into the distance, Linling found that there were many people. There were almost 1,000 of them. And these people weren't weak. There were young people and old people. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were looking at the astrolabe in front of them. In short, they all had their own things to do. They are all in the void, looking for the world will. Standing on top of a cliff, the thunder god pointed to the front and said, I've been searching for these people in the 9 states and the void for so many years. They each have their own powerful domains and are definitely not ordinary experts. Hearing this, Linling nodded because he could sense it even without Lei Gong's explanation. Perhaps because they were in Lei Gong's territory, these people didn't hide their strength. When they were doing something, most of them released their auras. This made Linling realize that many of them were at the late stage of the martial god realm. Some were even at the peak of the martial god realm. They were close to becoming gods. Many of them had divine fetuses. Some of the divine fetuses' auras even made Linling feel great pressure. Tine Yo, come here. At this time, Lei Gong calmly shouted. Then, a simple and honest man immediately ran over from afar. He ran in the sky and wore cotton clothes. His pants were folded at his knees and his legs were bare. He looked like a farmer. Of course, if he released his aura, everyone in Jiuzhou would think that he was a farmer. Chapter 4061. Inheritance. His innate talent is the innate godly embryo, which is the 3rd rank, the innate talent of a lesser god. Lei Gong explained to Linling, then said to the man, Release your godly aura. Yes, my lord. The honest man smiled at Linling, then released the aura of the godly embryo. Rumble. Behind him, the wind and clouds roiled, and a huge black iron bull appeared. Around the iron bull, the river flowed, crashing into the black iron bull, but the black iron bull did not move at all. During this process, a terrifying pressure swept towards Linling, causing Linling to immediately retreat, his expression changing greatly. He immediately unleashed his full strength, but was still pushed back. Ha! Ha! Seeing Linling's sorry state, Lei Gong immediately laughed, then said to the man, All right. Ha! Yes, my lord. Ha! The man quickly retracted his aura, then cupped his hands towards Linling and said, Before, I have offended you. Ha! It's fine, it's fine. Ha! The pressure on Linling's body suddenly disappeared, and he said awkwardly. He never thought that he, who was already so strong, would not be able to withstand the aura of a random person in front of Lei Gong. This made him smile bitterly. It seemed that he was a frog in a well. His name is Iron Bull, and he was originally an ordinary farmer in the myriad worlds. But due to chance, a godly embryo of a god from the era of gods descended upon him, so I brought him back and gave him a few pointers. Ha! Lei Gong turned to Linling and said, In fact, Iron Bull's strength can only be considered average among this group of people. Ha! Even average strength is so strong. Ha! Linling could not help but be shocked. Ha! They only allowed the godly embryo to grow. As for you, although you are currently weaker than them, you will be stronger than them in the future. Because you have 2 godly embryos, especially the Luai's body, it will not be much weaker than me in the future. Lei Gong said. Middle god? Linling was shocked yet again. So the human king's flame was a god-level divine embryo, and so was the lightning divine embryo. This also meant that the divine embryo had a limit, but just like talent, it could be improved until it reached its limit. For example, his space-time god eye, one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, had been incomparably powerful in the past, but after reaching its limit, It had undoubtedly dimmed in the final world. And although Lin Ling's 2 divine embryos were stronger, they had clearly not matured yet. Thus, when Iron Bull had unleashed his divine might, Lin Ling had found it rather difficult to block. Moreover, your divine aura has yet to awaken. Earlier, Iron Bull activated his divine aura and created a powerful divine aura. The birth of divine might is divided into 3 great realms. The first realm will give birth to 1 strand of divine might, forming a divine might field that ripples around you and affects your opponent. The second realm will give birth to 2 strands of divine might, forming a rippling divine might field that is constantly released to intimidate your opponent. The third realm will give birth to 3 strands of divine might, which is the Berserk realm. It can form a sea urchin-like divine might to attack your opponent. This divine might is actually the majesty of a god. Lei Gong smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling hurriedly nodded. Because he had too many talents, when he fought, he mostly used his higher level to suppress his opponents. In terms of comprehension of talents, he could not compare to these people. At present, he had only comprehended his own divine ability through the flame of the human sovereign. Your potential is greater than theirs, which is why I value you. Of course, the most important reason is that you have the lightning scour body. This is a talent left behind from the era of gods. It originated from a majestic god called the lightning scour god. This person was forthright and had countless friends. His personality was rather similar to yours, and he also had friends all over the world. Back then, I had a very good relationship with him, but unfortunately, he fell in the War of the Gods. Alas. The Thunder God looked into the distance and said with nostalgia, "So you are his successor." However, there aren't many gods who are proficient in the power of thunder in the universe today. I am the only one who can teach you. This is why I value you so much. Lei Gong, my lightning scour body was actually born on my own. Lin Ling finally understood, but he still felt that he could not accept Lei Gong's love. After all, his lightning scour body was obtained through dual cultivation with an Yue. He did not even know what the lightning scour god looked like. It was caused by fate. However, Lei Gong did not mind, and Lin Ling finally nodded. Do you know the mission of the 4 great gods? Then, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling. It should be the world will. Lin Ling had already completed several major trial missions, so he more or less knew Lei Gong's mission. That's right, the War of the Gods was also because of the world will. Unfortunately, the world will was too powerful. Currently, there are no more than 20 gods left alive in the War of the Gods. However, the world will is not as simple as imagined. After so many years, it is ready to move again. I'm afraid the new era of God's destruction is about to begin. Lei Gong sighed. Is the world will so difficult to destroy? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. Perhaps the world will cannot be destroyed at all. It can only be sealed. Lei Gong shook his head and said, the reason why I nurtured 10 trial takers is to prepare for a rainy day. In the future, if I, Lei Gong, fall, there will be a successor in my Lei Gong Hall who will take charge of all the experts for me and continue to resist the world will. I have lived for countless years, but if the new era of God's destruction begins, I cannot guarantee that I will survive. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The 4 great gods seemed to be awe-inspiring, but in fact, they also had their own concerns. Their own missions could fall. And you are also a trial taker. If you complete the 10 major trial missions, you can also become the successor of the Lei Gong Hall. However, I have my own forces, and I want you to take over. Lei Gong said again. Currently, I am too weak. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. Currently, I am a little weak, but I can grow in the future. Lei Gong waved his hand carelessly. In fact, the 4 great gods are actually one. The experts here listen to my orders, but in fact, they also listen to the orders of the other gods. However, my personal forces are different. They only listen to me, and in the future, they will only listen to you. Thank you, Lord Lei Gong. At this point, Lin Ling was no longer pretentious. He immediately knelt down and bowed to Lei Gong. Ha! Seeing Lin Ling's striking appearance, Lei Gong laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with nostalgia. Back in the era of gods, he also had several successor disciples, but in the end, they all fell. After so many years, he had never found a successor because he felt that there was no suitable one. Chapter 4062. 9 Orifices Divine Thunder. I know that a martial artist will have many masters in their life. So, between you and I, there is no need for such tedious etiquette. You can treat me as your master, or you can treat me as a lord above your head. But in my heart, you are my disciple, and also my successor. Lei Gong took a step forward and helped Lin Ling up. From the looks of it, he was no longer the majestic thunder god, but more like an old man. Gods might seem impressive, but in reality, they were also very lonely. This was because they rarely revealed their true feelings. They treated the common people of the world like ants, leaves, or even grains of sand. That was because they knew that if they used their true feelings, then when those friends of theirs left in the future, only sadness and loneliness would be left for them. Therefore, they would only be moved when facing someone with a certain level of strength. Lin Ling was one of them. At least in the eyes of the gods, he was no longer an ant or a leaf. He was a disciple, a relative. Lin Ling was also aware of this. That was why he had been frantically searching for treasures all these years in order to keep his grandfather and the others. He didn't want his grandfather and the others to leave because of sickness and old age. He wanted them to watch him grow step by step and reach the peak of Huanyu. Lin Ling also had a dream in his heart. After he had completely become an omnipotent god, he wanted his family and friends to have a boundless lifespan and be by his side forever. The only way to accomplish this was to break the Grand Tao of this void and create a Grand Tao that belonged to him. Your talent, comprehension, and perseverance are all not bad. Moreover, you are an all-around genius. Your soul force, physical body, and boundary essence foundation are all very good. Moreover, you have several great talents. If you grow up, your strength will definitely not be simple. At this time, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said, as his trial challenger, Lin Ling was naturally familiar with Lin Ling. And it's quite strange that you actually have 6 stanchions. This kind of talent is even more terrifying than the Luai's physique. So, don't let this talent go to waste. Lei Gong continued, in the future, if your 6 stanchions all have 6 types of divine embryos, TSK, you'll probably become a paramount god. Of course, he was only looking forward to it, but he knew that it would be very difficult. This was because cultivating one type of talent was already very difficult. Cultivating 6 types of talents at the same time was even more difficult. In addition, the divine embryo body was not easy to obtain. Everything depended on luck. You might have a divine embryo right now, but you are not considered a god because you don't have a divine aura. Thus, the first thing I will teach you is to give birth to divine aura so that you can be considered a god. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling calmly and said, didn't one have to break through the martial god realm to become a god? Hearing this, Lin Ling blinked. The so-called gods only need a divine embryo, because they also have the foundation to become a god. However, becoming a god is very difficult, and very few people can reach the end. Lei Gong said with a smile. Then he led Lin Ling forward. In front of them, there was a heavenly river pouring down, sprinkling endless waves. Beside the waterfall, there were island-like rocks floating there. It was a magnificent sight. Looking at the place where the waterfall fell, the stream was so clear that the bottom could be seen. The birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was really a fairyland. Although you are my successor, I will not help you with the trial of God mission. Now that you have successfully returned and experienced the path of seeing divinity, you can be considered to have completed 2 great missions. You can obtain 2 great rewards. What do you need? Floating in the air, Lei Gong looked at the waterfall in the distance and said, 2 major rewards. Lin Ling was overjoyed and then pondered. The most important thing was naturally to break through to the next realm. However, when he thought of the god's inheritance, Lin Ling suppressed this thought. Because his god's inheritance treasure had enough cultivation resources to become a god. Also, he needed too many treasures to open his 7th dantian. He was too embarrassed to ask Lei Gong. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He finally remembered a wish that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. Lei Gong, I want to revive some people. Lin Ling looked up and said excitedly to Lei Gong. That wish was to revive the people in the rainforest's sacred ground. After all, he was now the divine voice and had Lei Gong's men to protect him. Thus, Grandfather and the others would be fine when they returned to the rainforest's sacred ground. If he could revive Lord Shui Wu and the others, Grandfather and the others would be very happy. The rainforest's sacred ground was where Lin Ling grew up. There were too many memories, such as the Ancient Face sect, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and so on. A lot? Lei Gong saw Lin Ling's excited look and couldn't help but ask curiously. A lot, but it's not as many as a realm. Lin Ling said, separation by life and death, this is the great Tao of the universe. No one can change it. However, if the souls of those who died still exist and are still in the netherworld, then I can still do it. However, I can't be sure that everyone will return. Lei Gong said, if he had the ability to reverse the universe and turn back time, then he would already be a supreme god. He couldn't even bring back his disciples who had died in the past. Because those disciples' souls had been scattered, and people without souls, unless they were supreme gods, no one could do it. If you want to bring those people back, you have to go to the netherworld. The netherworld is the core of all the underworld. The current god is the god of the underworld, an extremely mysterious expert. I don't have a deep relationship with him, but if I ask him, he should give me some face. Lei Gong smiled and said, of course, it will take a lot of effort to bring those people back. So, your 2 rewards will be 1 reward. How about it? Good. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He knew that Lei Gong said it was simple, but the process must be complicated. The netherworld, the center of millions of underworld. The god of the underworld, the god who controlled millions of ghosts. The price to make a deal with him was definitely not small. Okay, leave it to me. I brought you here today because I want you to use the 9 orifices divine thunder to help you feel the divine power. I'll give you 3 years, how about it? Then, Lei Gong pointed to the rolling heavenly river in front of them and said, divine power? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This kind of aura represented the symbol of the gods. He naturally wanted to be born. Humans have 7 orifices, gods have 9 orifices. Open the 9 orifices, that is the symbol of the gods. The god of thunder said faintly. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, the Milky Way of the waterfall in the distance began to flow backward. When all the water disappeared, a colorful river suddenly began to flow out of the pitch-black hole in the void. The surface of the river was full of thunder and lightning snakes. When it fell to the ground, everything that was originally like a fairyland immediately turned into a catastrophe. Thunder River. Chapter 4063. Instigation. Every god has their own way of activating divine power. For me, it is to use the 9 orifices divine thunder to comprehend divine power. Lin Ling, do you have the confidence to comprehend it within 3 years? Then, Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile and said, of course, if you feel that you are not prepared enough, I can give you 10 years. 10 years? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had used 10 years to escape. Now that he had just returned, he was going to disappear for another 10 years? No, 3 years is enough. Lin Ling could not wait to return to Snow-Blowing City, so he did not have time to waste here. Ha, you are confident. You are indeed my successor. Good, I will give you 3 years. After 3 years, you will leave the 9 orifices divine thunder and then go welcome your friends. Seeing that Lin Ling agreed so readily, Lei Gong was undoubtedly very happy. He smiled and said, however, do not underestimate the 9 orifices divine thunder. Remember, when you comprehend it, try not to use your boundary essence. Use your talent and divine power to comprehend it. This way, you will comprehend it faster. But Lin Ling nodded immediately. His gaze fell on the ferocious and crazy lightning river, and he was a little shocked. But very quickly he also leaped over. At this moment, in the ancient mountain, all the experts were shocked. This was because they did not expect that someone would use the 9 orifices divine thunder to comprehend divine power. One should know that this kind of opportunity was extremely precious. For the trial takers, they would need to use 5 mission rewards to exchange for 1 opportunity. As for the others, it would depend on Lei Gong's mood. If they had contributed greatly to Lei Gong and followed Lei Gong for a long time, they would still have a chance. Rumble. The deafening sound made Lin Ling's face turn cautious. He threw all the treasures he had on him to the bank and rushed into the Thunder River naked. Do not use your boundary essence. Try your best to use your talent and divine power. Lin Ling also remembered Lei Gong's words in his heart. Crackle. However, before he could even get close to the lightning river, an explosive force pounced on him, as if an electric arc was exploding. When it wrapped around Lin Ling's body, Lin Ling felt his entire body go numb. He almost lost control of his body. Lin Ling began to feel excruciating pain as more and more lightning bolts came crashing down. He lost his footing and fell directly into the water, drifting along with the waves. Upon closer inspection, this water was also formed by lightning. There were a large number of lightning snakes that were as thick as hair on the surface. After a wave, even lightning snakes that were as thick as an arm would roll out. How could ordinary people dare to approach such a terrifying lightning river? As for Lin Ling, he was drifting along the river. Naturally, he wasn't much better off. He was in an extremely sorry state. This is the first time you've come into contact with the power of the Age of Gods. You've clearly underestimated the Age of Gods. In the sky, Lei Gong laughed faintly. He seemed to have known that Lin Ling would end up like this. To comprehend the power of gods, you must hear the voice of your divine embryo. After leaving behind this sentence, Lei Gong also disappeared into the sky. Lin Ling climbed back to the shore with difficulty. His face was constantly trembling. With his current strength, he still couldn't block the lightning river. This 9 orifices divine thunder was really powerful. After climbing ashore, Lin Ling looked around and found that his body was dripping with lightning bolts. It felt as if he was dripping water. The river formed by lightning is truly lifelike. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He knew that he was just testing the waters. He had 3 years left. He could slowly explore it. As for the distant mountain range, a large number of people looked at the lightning river crashing down from the sky and began to discuss it. Lei Gong activated the 9 orifices divine thunder for Lin Ling. I'm so envious. Who is this Lin Ling? Why is he being treated so well? Senior Lei Gong has always been strict. He has always treated everyone equally. I remember when I activated the 9 orifices divine thunder, I used 8 quest rewards to exchange for it. Lin Ling definitely didn't have 8 quest rewards. Therefore, it must be Lei Gong who activated it for him. However, this Lin Ling is only a first-layer martial god. With his strength, it's impossible for him to comprehend the power of gods. Not that I'm underestimating him, but I'm afraid he won't be able to do it in less than 100 years. These people were obviously jealous of the treatment Lin Ling was receiving. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling must have his own strength since Senior Lei Gong is so fond of him. I believe he will succeed in less than 10 years. Even if he succeeds, he will only be able to comprehend the power of the first layer at most. Either way, as long as he can comprehend the power of gods, he will be considered a god. Someone who was not hostile toward Lin Ling said with a smile. Sister Zhen, why aren't you saying anything? Following this, someone said to Sister Zhen. Since Sister Zhen had arrived, she had been staring ahead in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. However, when the crowd glanced at her, Sister Zhen said with a smile, Don't underestimate Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the fastest to achieve the heavenly voice of God. He must be different from the rest. Perhaps he will be able to comprehend the power of gods in 3 years. However, Lin Ling might have made a great contribution since he was able to help Lei Gong activate the 9 orifices divine thunder in such a short time. Otherwise, it's impossible. He has just arrived. What kind of contribution could he possibly make? Hearing this, someone immediately said in a jealous tone while touching his broken arm. because of a mission, his arm was forever left there. Therefore, it could be said that he had devoted his life to the thunder god. However, he had waited 100 years for Lei Gong to activate the 9 orifices divine thunder. Therefore, when Sister Zhen said this, he felt very uncomfortable. The others fell silent as well. They were more or less uncomfortable. The difference in treatment was too great. Most importantly, Lei Gong had never mentioned why Lin Ling was able to receive such treatment. It was hard for them to accept it. Looking at the silence of the crowd, Sister Zhen smiled faintly and turned to leave. Her previous words were naturally not unintentional. She had deliberately said them in order to make these people jealous and unbalanced. Moreover, she felt unfair in her heart. Sister Zhen, you were originally a 7-star trialist. Now, you have become a 5-star trialist because of Lin Ling. I feel unfair for you. Someone quickly caught up with Sister Zhen and sighed. And he was Zhong Shan. I see that you are also unhappy with Lin Ling. Sister Zhen stopped in her tracks and said to Zhong Shan calmly. Zhong Shan was stunned and suddenly felt awkward. I know what you meant by that. You are trying to sow discord between me and Lin Ling, right? Sister Zhen said again. This. Chapter 4064. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Divine Might. Back then, in order to become the heavenly voice of God, I had put in thousands of years of hard work. Therefore, when I first saw him, not only did I not accept him, I even disliked him. Zhong Shan didn't hide anything. Of course, I also feel that it's unfair for Sister Zhen. Although Sister Zhen made a move on Lin Ling, you did it for Lei Gong. After all, the 4 gods are a family. Sister Zhen also didn't want to make Eugene unhappy because of Lin Ling and make things difficult for Lei Gong, who knew that you would be punished for doing a good deed, while Lin Ling would be fine. He even pretended to plead for you. Hearing this, Sister Zhen's eyes flashed imperceptibly, but she still calmly said, Time will prove everything. Then he swaggered off. Looking at Sister Zhen's back, Zhong Shan's eyes flashed. He knew that Sister Zhen hated Lin Ling even more now. While Lin Ling was comprehending the divine might, in another part of the void, endless darkness was spreading. This place was completely dark, and any light that entered would be swallowed up. Milord. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice suddenly resounded from within the darkness. However, the surroundings were too dark, and it was impossible to see this person's appearance clearly. It was said that this was the darkest place in the void. In the endless darkness, there was no sound at all. It was as if even sound had been swallowed up by the darkness. Moments later, a woman's voice rang out, You're back. I'm back. The voice on the other side carried a hint of complexity as it quietly rang out. You must be curious as to why I killed you. The woman's voice floated out again. She was Eugene, one of the 4 great gods. This was also Eugene's world, known as the Soul World. Yes, I'm very curious. The voice on the other side seemed to muster up the courage to ask. Because of Lei Gong. The woman said calmly, You can also say that it's because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling? It's really him. In the endless darkness, the person standing quietly trembled. Although she had already guessed it, when the truth appeared before her eyes, she still found it unbelievable. Because Lin Ling was just a trial taker, and had just ascended to the heavenly voice of God. How could he possibly let Lei Gong to attack him? Who was Lei Gong? Of course, she knew that this was a god who, like Yushin, viewed all living beings in the world as ants. It was impossible for them to fall in love with a trial taker. Their entire lives were dedicated to that mission. It could even say that they're to take revenge on the will of the world. Because, in the War of the Gods, the people they loved all died in the hands of the world will. But her voice, her to her, a voice in Milu studio of course of the AM day, studio, AM for now. To me you to studio I. Studio did you? Me to me. The voice in the endless darkness quietly carried a trace of ruthlessness. I understand. Thank you, Master. The person in the void bowed slightly, then walked into the endless darkness. After walking for a long time, a light spot finally appeared in front of her. Looking carefully, it was a white flower. The woman walked towards the huge white flower and finally disappeared into the endless darkness. When she appeared again, she was already in the void. She was wearing a white dress, her eyebrows were like the moon, and her teeth were bright and beautiful. She was truly a peerless beauty. She was none other than the colored glaze great empress. What did you rely on to make Lei Gong value you so much? She stood quietly in the void, her expression extremely solemn, because she realized that the current Lin Ling was even scarier than Li Xiaoyao in the past. With Lei Gong's protection, Lin Ling can grow up safely. If he completely grows up, will I still have a place to stand? So no matter what, I must find a chance to kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress's face became ferocious. At this point, Lin Ling was not only her old friend, but also the man she liked. He was also her mortal enemy. To Luli Empress, she would rather betray the world than have the world betray her. Therefore, no matter who Li Xiaoyao was, she would not show him any mercy. Time passed quietly like a white horse galloping past. At this moment, under the 9 orifices divine thunder, the young man sat cross-legged. Around his body, god images would appear from time to time. For a moment, there was the roar of a dragon god, and then there was the roar of a wind dragon. Next, the darkness spread. There were realm-devouring beasts swallowing the heavens and the earth. Then, there were endless evil spirits lingering in the sky. In the end, the human king's flames spread out and burned under the thunder river. Crackle! In the other world of the human king's flame, the white lightning was wreaking havoc. After a few days, Lin Ling had begun to adapt to the impact of the 9 orifices divine thunder. In addition to that, with the help of the thunder river, Lin Ling had also absorbed an endless amount of powerful spiritual qi, which allowed him to successfully enter the second-level martial god realm. The reason being that the energy was too ancient, as if it was the spiritual qi left behind from the era of the gods. After entering the new realm, Lin Ling's strength had undoubtedly increased by more than 30%. On top of that, his 6 Dantian realms had reached the second-level martial god realm, greatly increasing his strength. Most importantly, he could now open the second god's inheritance treasure. The treasures in the god's legacy treasure also shocked Lin Ling because there were a total of 50 god stones in it. That was a huge sum of money. If he exchanged them for emperor crystals, Lin Ling was confident that he could break through again. If he used them to improve his god force, he would be able to produce more god force. Currently, Lin Ling was resisting the impact of the 9 orifices divine thunder with the help of the god stones. Awaken, divine might. Holding another god stone in his hand, a mysterious god force was produced to protect him. Lin Ling had finally activated the human emperor's flame. He had discovered it by accident. As the god stones were extraordinarily powerful and had many functions, Lin Ling's talent was slightly stronger when he activated the god stones. Furthermore, he had a vague understanding of the god stones, as if he had awakened the 9 orifices. That being said, it consumed a lot of god stones. Currently, he had used up 5 god stones to activate his talent to its limit. Crackle crackle, golden flames began to wreak havoc in all directions, standing on equal footing with the thunder river, forming a world where the flames and the lightning collided. Lin Ling floated above the endless golden flames. His eyes had turned golden too. However, he could sense the power of the 9 orifices divine thunder, as the human emperor's flame was unable to assimilate the 9 orifices divine thunder. Awaken! Following this, Lin Ling let out a furious roar once again, as flames that resembled fireflies shot out from his body. These were the god flames. These god flames circled Lin Ling continuously before they began to spiral slowly, forming a firestorm. As soon as the firestorm appeared, there were 3 streams of god force. Chapter 4065. The Berserker Realm. This meant that Lin Ling had completely become a god. With just this divine might, he could make countless experts kneel at his feet. However, this was not the end. The storm continued to explode and gradually began to converge, turning into circles of ripples that constantly emitted from Lin Ling's body. Every time it was emitted, Lin Ling's long hair would dance, making him look majestic. What a terrifying aura. Back then, Sister Jin relied on this divine might to suppress me. This is the power of divine might. Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed that the flame of the human monarch had reached as many as 5 strands of divine power. And this was the second realm of divine might, the power of ripples. However, no matter how Lin Ling urged, the human monarch's flame seemed to have reached its limit and could not release any more divine might. When the divine stone in his hand completely disappeared, Lin Ling finally knew that the divine might of the human monarch's flame could only reach the second realm. Even so, Lin Ling was incomparably happy, because up until now, he had only counted the time, and only 9 months had passed. Next is the lightning pool physique. This is the 9 orifices divine lightning waterfall. The divine might of the lightning pool physique will be even more powerful. Lin Ling licked his lips, took out a divine stone, and stimulated the lightning pool physique. He had a feeling that the divine might born this time could reach the third realm, the Berserker realm. It could form the divine might of a sea urchin and attack the opponent. The divine might that was born was also as many as 3 strands. With this thought, Lin Ling became slightly excited. He immediately took out the divine stone and urged the mysterious power within it. A power that was completely different from spiritual energy spread out and lingered around Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's 9 orifices to be even more clear. At this moment, Lin Ling felt as though he understood life and death better than anyone else. According to legend, humans had 7 orifices, but gods had 9. The 2 extra orifices were the life orifices and the death orifices. The so-called seeing through life and death was to open these 2 orifices. At this time, a martial artist could erupt with strength that surpassed that of an ordinary person. Of course, even if an ordinary martial artist could open 2 chakras, it would only be temporary. Only deities could completely open 2 chakras. Crackle! White thunderbolts swept out and clashed with the 9 orifices' divine thunder in the sky. Lightning curled behind Lin Ling, quietly forming the shape of a bird. This bird looked ferocious, thistle-like lightning erupting from its body. Feathers also appeared behind it, just like a peacock's domain, but it was completely white. However, although there were many feathers, only one stood out. It was slightly larger than the other domains, and at the end of it was the shape of an eye. Looking carefully, those eyes had a seductive charm that made people unable to help but be immersed in them. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the eye emitted a sound similar to that of a small thunder drum. Dong dong dong. The sound of the thunder drum continued to ring out. With every beat, ripples of thunder would appear around Lin Ling's body. This was the second realm of Shenwei. Dong dong dong. Gradually, the frequency of the drumming became faster and faster, like the beating of war drums. Almost at the same time, the ripples around Lin Ling became more and more intense. Finally, they erupted, turning into a sea urchin-like thunderbolt power. As soon as this force appeared, the surrounding lightning river also froze. Then, it was pushed back in all directions by the impact. Looking at the 9 orifices' divine lightning that continued to fall from the sky, it was blocked by a light that looked like a sea urchin. The third realm, Berserker realm. This was the highest realm of Shenwei. With this level of Shenwei, a deity's defense would be greatly improved, and it would increase the power of a god by a total of 3 strands. Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the sea urchin-like thunderbolt, opened his eyes. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked majestic. Berserker realm. His lips curled into a smile. He clearly sensed that the power of the divine embryo had been completely unleashed. Moreover, he calculated that his power of a god had increased by a lot. Among them, the Bodhi testimony divine art had 2 strands of power of a god. The human king's flame and the Abhijna lord's flame had 4 strands of power of a god, and the Luai's physique had 3 strands of power of a god. Together with the power of a god from the true inheritance dark sword, he had 10 strands of power of a god. Now, he could be considered a deity. Lin Ling walked along the river of thunder toward the shore. When he reached the shore, all the thunder around him disappeared, and Lin Ling returned to his ordinary appearance. Then, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and opened the divine inheritance treasure. The second realm of the martial god realm opened the treasure vault. There were 3 treasures: the godly stone, the godly fragment, and a mysterious umbrella. The godly fragment was used to improve the divine embryo of fire. The umbrella was an 8th grade innate godly weapon called the Great Luo Towering Sky Umbrella. It was a powerful defensive artifact that could resist the attacks of any late-stage martial god, including those with the divine embryo of fire. It could be used 5 times, just like the Purple River 6 Butterfly Godly Chariot, but one of them was used for offense and the other for defense. Although the level of these 2 treasures was not high, they were consumable items. According to Lin Ling's estimation, the level of these 2 treasures should not be grade 8, but even higher. Perhaps the grades of the treasures in the era of the gods were different than in the era of the gods. One for offense and one for defense. The deity who left the divine inheritance treasure was very thoughtful. I now have more trump cards to protect myself. Besides, even though there aren't many treasures, each of them is extremely important. The godly stone and the godly fragment are enough for me to achieve the 3rd layer martial god realm. Lin Ling let out a sigh. He did not refine the godly fragment right away as he had just awakened the power of a god. It had taken him quite some time to do so. Therefore, he was more eager to go home. Besides, according to his calculations, it had been exactly a year since he had awakened the power of a god. Luli Empress has failed to kill me this time. She won't let it go so easily. The experts she can summon are all very powerful. I must be careful when I return. When Lin Ling had first arrived at Lei Gong's place, Sister Zhen had also taught him a lesson about the strength of the trial takers from a different perspective. Therefore, Lin Ling did not dare to be complacent. As for Luli Empress' background, Lin Ling assumed that she was from Eugene. Therefore, unless he became stronger, Lin Ling would not dare to touch her easily. After all, if he asked Lei Gong to help him deal with Luli Empress, Lei Gong would fall out with Eugene. He had to rely on himself for everything. After packing up, Lin Ling flew into the sky. Almost as soon as Lin Ling walked out of the 9 orifices divine thunder waterfall, the thunder god in the distant palace opened his eyes. There was surprise in his eyes. There were quite a number of trial takers in the palace, a total of 6 of them. When they saw Lei Gong smiling, they were surprised. Previously, Lei Gong had been giving them a task with a serious expression. However, when he was talking, he suddenly smiled. It was too strange. Master Lei Gong. Seeing Lei Gong in a daze, one of the men smiled and called out to him. Chapter 4066. He had failed. Lin Ling is out. Then he said calmly. Lin Ling came out? The eyes of the people in the hall flashed slightly. They never thought that Lei Gong would dote on Lin Ling so much. It could be said that his concern was a little excessive. It must be the newly promoted heavenly voice of God, Lin Ling. The man who spoke earlier suddenly laughed. He wore an imperial robe and a jade crown on his head. Whether it was his temperament or his clothing, he was different from the others. He was also one of the trial challengers. However, judging from the way he spoke and the way he stood, it was obvious that his status was higher because he was an 8-star trial taker. Its name was Holy Unification. That's right, I just advanced to heavenly voice of God a year ago. Lei Gong's attitude towards him was completely different from normal people. It was as if he was one of them. However, the other trial takers weren't jealous of such treatment. After all, Saint Guy was an 8-star trial taker and a powerful god. While they were conversing, the stone door at the corner of the large hall was pushed open. After which, a handsome young man in blue robes walked in. Subsequently, the scene in the large hall caused him to be stunned. He was a little surprised, but he quickly smiled faintly. Lin Ling, you're here. Lei Gong also smiled and walked down from his seat. Lin Ling's treatment is too good. Looking at Lei Gong's appearance, a few of them were even more jealous. The youth called Xingyi was a little surprised as he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Obviously, he had heard of this matter before. However, he had only heard of it and had only seen it with his own eyes today. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xingyi, an 8-star trial taker. After bringing Lin Ling over, Lei Gong pointed at the youth and said, "Greetings, senior." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He knew that although the man looked young, he had probably cultivated for several times longer than him. "Hee, we're a family now. You don't have to be so polite. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Sheng." The man replied politely. Being able to address him as Brother Sheng was a supreme honor even in the universal void. After all, trial challengers were the same as Lei Gong. They viewed thousands of lives as ants. There were very, very few people that could be considered friends by them. Brother Sheng. Lin Ling knew that he was a latecomer and would have to deal with these people in the future. Therefore, he politely called out to them. "Hee." The man immediately replied with a smile. Not only is Xingyi an 8-star trial taker, he's also extremely powerful. He has the bloodline of the Eastern Emperor Tai. At this moment, Lei Gong suddenly spoke. "Don Huangte." Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had heard of this name before. It came from the ancient Wuxia. This god was also an ancient god, also known as the Supreme One Ancient God, Supreme One Celestial God. In ancient Wuxia, there was even the Grand Emperor's Yao soul treasure. The earthly sovereign was Tian. The human emperor was the Supreme One. Lin Ling had the human king's flame, but this was the human emperor. Were there any supreme gods in the era of gods? Lin Ling asked curiously. Yes, the supreme gods were all ancient great gods. It's a pity that these ancient great gods disappeared during the era of gods. Their whereabouts are still unknown. The gods once calculated that these ancient great gods went to another world and abandoned this void. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling as he spoke. Lin Ling nodded immediately. However, he recalled the patriarch Bodhi he met in the West world. He seemed to be an ancient great god too. However, why were they hiding? Lin Ling couldn't figure it out. In the end, he couldn't be bothered. He only knew that Brother Sheng's strength must be terrifying. "Oh right, you came out in just a year?" Lei Gong suddenly asked curiously as he looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. A year's time. In Lei Gong's hall, no one had successfully awakened their divine power. As far as he knew, only one of the 4 great gods had awakened their divine power in a year. That person was from Eugene, and her name was Luli Empress. Most importantly, Luli Empress had awakened her divine power in a year mostly because of luck. "Lin Ling, did you fail?" The others also looked at Lin Ling suddenly. One of them laughed. Failure wasn't impossible. After all, everyone present knew how terrifying the 9 orifices thunder was. That force wasn't something a first-level martial god could resist. It's okay if you failed. After all, you can always go to the 9 orifices thunder next time. Sister Zhen suddenly spoke. Her words seemed to be comforting, but in fact, she was reminding Lei Gong from a different angle. Lin Ling seemed to be only easy. Following this, the others began to discuss among themselves. It takes at least 100 years to awaken one's divine power, and that's the most common one. Those who don't have good luck or talent will need at least 1,000 years. Yeah, for example, Tai Nyo took 120 years. Elder Lu also took 99 years. Among the participants, Sister Zhen took 30 years, and Brother Sheng took 10 years. While they were talking, the topic shifted to Xingyi and Sister Zhen. The two of them smiled faintly and waved their hands. Big Sister Zhen pretended to be modest and said, "The most powerful one is still that person. He used 3 years and awakened the godly might of the Super Berserker realm in one go." Yeah, he's definitely the most impressive person in Lei Gong's hall. As expected of the leader of the participants. Xingyi said. Only 3 participants among the 4 great gods have awakened the Ultra Berserker realm in 3 years. Of course, that's excluding the woman called Tian Lioli. Sister Zhen added. The 4 great gods had 40 trial takers. To be able to become 3 of them was an achievement to be proud of. Hearing the comments of the participants, Lei Gong was still smiling. However, he didn't express his opinion. He knew that Lin Ling had an innate resistance to the 9 apertures heavenly thunder. Lin Ling had the thunder lock physique, so he was immune to many thunderbolts. Taking a step back, Lei Gong realized that Lin Ling had broken through to the second level of the martial god realm. Therefore, Lin Ling should have achieved something. Lin Ling, it takes luck and perseverance to awaken the divine power. It's okay that you failed this time, but you can succeed next time and awaken the Ultra Berserker realm in one go. We'll give you some advice and experience later. I hope it'll help you. Sister Zhen's eyes flickered as she looked at Lin Ling affectionately. Of course, although she seemed to be concerned, she was actually touching on Lin Ling's sore spot. She wanted to embarrass him in front of Lei Gong. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and looked at Lei Gong. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and nodded. Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to release any divine might because he had heard from these trial takers that it was impossible to awaken divine might within a year. Therefore, he was afraid that if he released divine might, it would cause unnecessary trouble. However, when he looked at Lei Gong agreed with him, showing off the results of his cultivation. Maybe Lei Gong wanted to use him to give them some pressure. Maybe he was trying to motivate them. Chapter 4067. Awakening 2 great levels of godly might in a year. However, Big Sister Zhen and the others didn't know what Lin Ling and Lei Gong were thinking. Instead, they continued to speak. Lin Ling, when awakening godly might, you must not use your boundary essence to resist it. This is because once you use your boundary essence, that strength will be absorbed by the 9 orifices divine thunder. If you want to open that door of life and death again, it will be very difficult. This is my experience. Sensing your innate talent and using your innate talent to resist the 9 orifices divine thunder is the best. Lin Ling, everyone's method of awakening godly might is different. However, we will all tell you our own experiences of success. If you can experience it, you will also benefit greatly. Several people scrambled to speak, emphasizing the word success. It was as if they were the winners and Lin Ling was the loser. However, before they could finish speaking, a surging strength erupted. Godly might was awe-inspiring. In the grand hall, the blue-robed youth's robes fluttered loudly. His long hair danced in the wind. Ripples spread out from his body, making him look like a god. Silence. The trial challengers that had been discussing fervently all fell silent at this moment. The power of ripples. This was the second boundary. Big Sister Zhen and the others were still speaking, but they swallowed their words back into their stomachs. He awakened godly might in a year? The trial challenger that had spoken the loudest and tried to give Lin Ling some pointers on his success experience stuttered. Now, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Before, when they saw that Lin Ling had come out in a year, they assumed that Lin Ling had failed. But now, they discovered that their pointers were just wishful thinking. But why is it the power of ripples? After a moment of shock, Big Sister Zhen suddenly said with a sour tone. Clearly, Lin Ling had awakened his divine might within a year, and this made her very jealous. Therefore, she used the divine might realm to speak, thinking that Lin Ling's divine might realm was too low. After all, if Lin Ling was someone else from Lei Gong, it would be fine. But Lin Ling was a trial taker. Ripples of power and influence did not match his status. He had to be at the Super Berserker realm. Although it's the power of the ripples, Lin Ling only used 1 year. At this moment, Xianxia spoke up. He was reminding everyone that although the power of the ripples didn't match the identity of a trial taker, Lin Ling had only used 1 year. What if he used 10 years? Clearly, Lin Ling could awaken the Berserker realm. At this thought, everyone fell silent again, especially Big Sister Zhen. She opened her mouth, but eventually fell silent. She clearly knew that if Lin Ling was given 10 years, Lin Ling would definitely awaken the Berserker realm. This also meant that Lin Ling, like Xianxia, would also awaken his divine might within 10 years. In Lei Gong's hall, only the number 1 freak could suppress them. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes shone with envy. Ah, Lin Ling, this is a fire element divine embryo. What about your lightning element divine embryo? The god of thunder had been silent, but he was also shocked because it took 1 year to awaken his divine power. This was the first time among the 4 gods that someone had done so. However, he also knew that the fire element divine constitution couldn't compare to the lightning element divine embryo in the 9 orifices divine river. Therefore, he was looking forward to Lin Ling's lightning element physique. Lin Ling has other divine embryos? The other trial takers obviously didn't know much about Lin Ling. After hearing Lei Gong's words, they were all shocked again. Boom. At this time, the ripples on Lin Ling's body disappeared, and in its place, a ferocious lightning energy erupted. It was as if a god was angered. Moreover, it was in the form of a sea urchin. This sea urchin was extremely domineering. It constantly wreaked havoc in all directions, and it was full of ferocious lightning snakes. Bang! Everyone subconsciously took a step back, including Big Sister Zhen. A year ago, she had relied on her divine power to prevent Lin Ling from using any of his techniques. A year later, Lin Ling's divine power had forced her to retreat as well. The Berserker realm. After retreating in shock, someone finally let out a loud roar. From the divine might that erupted from Lin Ling's body, he could sense a crazy aura. This was also called the Berserker realm. Oh my god, he awakened to the Berserker realm in just a year. He's comparable to Luli Empress from Yujing. Someone else shouted. What's comparable? Luli Empress can't compare to Lin Ling at all because Lin Ling has awakened 2 divine powers. However, the next voice made all the trial takers' jaws drop to the ground. That's right. They had forgotten that Lin Ling had awakened 2 divine embryos at the same time. Bang! Because of their surprise, everyone took another step back. Then, they turned around and realized that the person who had made the sound was actually the Thunder God. At this moment, the Thunder God was obviously very surprised, and his heart was full of doubts. Although he had guessed that Lin Ling's lightning element physique must have given birth to divine might, he didn't expect it to be the Berserker realm. He couldn't figure it out at all, because although the lightning element physique was immune to a portion of the divine thunder of 9 apertures, it was only a portion. He didn't expect that Lin Ling had actually cheated by relying on a large number of immortal stones to awaken 2 divine might. Awakened 2 divine might in a year? Shengyi's face turned serious, and he felt an inexplicable pressure. It wasn't that he disliked Lin Ling, but it was the innate competitive mentality of all cultivators. After all, no cultivator wanted to be surpassed by others. When faced with a newcomer, they would definitely want to compete with him. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew all his divine might and smiled at the crowd. Lin Ling, you're amazing. You hit it so well. To think that I wanted to teach you before. How embarrassing. Now, you're the fastest to awaken divine might among all the trial takers. The trial takers smiled awkwardly and kept talking to Lin Ling. Although they had no enmity with Lin Ling, it was obvious that they were jealous when they saw Lin Ling being spoiled by Lei Gong. That was why they showed a sense of superiority earlier. However, this sense of superiority was immediately slapped in the face, making them dizzy. Especially Sister Zhen. She was the most embarrassed. She stared at Lin Ling for a long time before she forced a smile and said, "Congratulations, congratulations. I was just lucky." In the face of everyone's embarrassment, Lin Ling did not mind and smiled. He naturally knew that these people were embarrassed, but he obviously wasn't interested in this kind of competition at the moment. If it wasn't for Lei Gong's nod, he wouldn't have bothered to show off his divine might. Everyone, disperse. At this moment, Lei Gong said with a smile. It seemed that he was in an incomparably good mood. Yes, my lord. The trial takers cupped their fists and bowed. They left the hall with mixed feelings. Sister Zhen and Xingyi looked deeply at Lin Ling before finally leaving as well. One of them was motivated to fight, while the other was even more jealous and dissatisfied. Chapter 4068. He must have done it on purpose. I didn't think that Lin Ling would awaken his divine might the fastest among all of us. Awakening 2 divine might in a year, TSK, how terrifying. These voices undoubtedly made Sister Zhen and Xingyi even more uncomfortable. Especially Sister Zhen, her face was ashen. Seeing Lin Ling's rise, she felt as if she had been ruthlessly stepped on by Lin Ling. She coldly snorted and said, "It's just awakening, what's so great about that?" As for the main hall, Lin Ling clearly didn't know what everyone was thinking. Instead, he was looking at Lei Gong expectantly. "TSK, looks like I've underestimated you." Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling with a smile on his face. He was still shocked by what had happened before. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Lei Gong would have something to be proud of when the four great gods meet in the future. This made him feel a burst of excitement. Lei Gong, it's about my hometown. Lin Ling didn't care about what happened before. His mind was focused on the sacred rainforest. After all, Lei Gong had returned, so the matter of reviving everyone should have been resolved. I've already spoken to the god of the underworld. He promised me that he would do his best to help me with this. He's also searching for people from the rainforest holy land in the underworld. As long as there are people from the rainforest holy land who haven't reincarnated and whose souls still exist, he'll give them to me. When Lei Gong saw Lin Ling's expectant look, he nodded and said, "Thank you, sir." Lin Ling was overjoyed. In this way, the knot in his heart for many years could be resolved. Back then, the destruction of the rainforest holy land was a demon in Lin Ling's heart. He had always felt that he had let down those people. Now that they could be resurrected, the inner demons that Lin Ling had been suppressing in his heart would undoubtedly vanish. However, don't be happy too early. After all, after so many years, perhaps many people have already reincarnated. Seeing Lin Ling's happy expression, Lei Gong said again, "Although he could revive some of the dead, sometimes, God wasn't omnipotent. Otherwise, his dead disciple would have been able to return. I know, as long as most of them can come back. As for those who have reincarnated, I will go and see them." Of course, Lin Ling knew this as well. It's good that you know. However, you must also remember that everything in the past should go with the wind. Cherish the people in front of you. Lei Gong added another sentence. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be too immersed in the past, and this was obviously not good for Lin Ling's martial arts. In the end, the past was the past. Regardless of whether one was a human or a god, one had to look forward. Remember these symbols. That is the way to return to my place. As for when to pick someone up, take this netherworld mirror. When the mirror lights up, the gate to the netherworld will open and send the person you want out. Lei Gong handed Lin Ling a black mirror, which contained the fate of everyone in the rainforest sacred land. Next, he drew a few divine symbols in the air, which were used to open the path to see God. Lin Ling accepted them one by one, and then he bid farewell and left. "Come back after you finish these things. I have a task for you." Lei Gong smiled as he sent Lin Ling off. After Lin Ling bowed, he strode out of the palace. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Lei Gong's eyes flickered. Lin Ling's journey is bound to be full of twists and turns. Regardless of whether one is a god or a human, as long as they are in this void, they cannot control their own fate. Back then, the gods were so powerful, but after the battle of the gods began, they could not control their own fate. Instead, it became the twilight of the gods. He muttered to himself, and a trace of nostalgia and helplessness appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived outside the palace. Without stopping, he cast a divine symbol in the air. Then, with a roar, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him. This was the path to see God. Lin Ling immediately went down the stairs. Just as Lin Ling disappeared, in the distant green mountains, a man sneered. "This Lin Ling is really stupid. He would be safe if he stayed by Lei Gong's side, but he ran out to die." Then he quietly transmitted a message as if he was informing someone. And he was none other than Xianxia. The first person to receive his message was undoubtedly Luli Empress. Luli Empress had been in the circle of the four gods for so many years. Over time, she naturally knew many people. Xianxia was one of them. At this moment, in Yi Garden, a large number of warriors from Xin Yi Hall and Xin Air Hall were listening to their teacher talk about the universal Tao. In the ancient square, the mysterious melody of martial arts also filled the air, causing the young warriors present to be shocked. Our Yi Garden is ranked 4th among the 36 academies in the final world. There are countless experts. It is your honor and pride to be able to be in Yi Garden. At present, besides the first-ranked Sky Sword Academy, there are more than 20 academies gathered at Wind Snow Academy to hold a martial arts exchange. Unfortunately, only the experts of Xin San Hall can go. So you must work hard. If you want to make a name for yourself, you must first become an expert of Shun Sanhal. An old man said faintly. His words made the young warriors around him look forward to it. To them, the final world was the world of the gods. It was said that the true experts could meet the gods. How glorious would it be to be able to meet a god in person? However, at this moment, above the sky, a 5-colored divine light shot down and then reached the ground. Then, an ancient mysterious staircase connected to the ground. This also caused everyone's expression to change. What was this thing? Even the teacher furrowed his brows, and he was a little displeased. Today, he was giving a lecture, yet a beam of divine light suddenly descended. Wasn't this causing trouble? He was about to get angry, but what shocked him was that on the staircase, a figure was slowly walking down. Who is this person? How dare he swagger into our garden? Everyone was shocked again. Who are you? How dare you? Let me tell you, since you are here, don't think of leaving so easily. The teacher could no longer hold back and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, the young man walking down the stairs did not seem to hear. His gaze swept across the ground, and the corner of his mouth faintly revealed a bitter smile. Because he was Lin Ling. He obviously did not expect that coming down the staircase to see God was not in Wind Snow City. Excuse me, where is this? Therefore, Lin Ling could only helplessly look at the crowd and ask. His helpless smile fell into the teacher's eyes and quietly turned into a contemptuous smile. Now, he even heard Lin Ling ask where was this place? On purpose, it was definitely on purpose. One must know that because everyone knew that this was E-Garden, and their E-Garden was ranked 4th among the 36 academies. It had its own prestige, so how could ordinary people enter? Chapter 4069. Sorry for disturbing you, goodbye. But very quickly, flames of anger rose in their hearts because they also felt that this person was humiliating them. Don't worry, the teacher will make a move soon and let him know the price. Someone sneered. And the truth was indeed so. The old man had already walked forward step by step, the boundary essence on his body moving mightily. However, just as he was about to make a move, an anxious shout suddenly sounded, "Stop!" Then a large number of people flew over. The person in the lead was the vice principal of E-Garden. Vice principal? Everyone was shocked. They never thought that even the principal would be alarmed. As for the old man, he stopped abruptly, but his expression was still unhappy. He wanted to see what the vice principal had to say. If he couldn't persuade him, he would teach that arrogant young man a lesson in front of the vice principal. Lin Ling, why did you come to my E-Garden? After the vice principal arrived, he looked at Lin Ling unhappily. Previously, he saw the divine light shrouding down, and then he saw the legendary stairs to meet the gods. This made him realize that the stairs could directly lead to meeting the gods. At first, he was very happy that someone from the gods came to their E-Garden. This was a great honor. However, when the person who came landed, he immediately felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Because the person who came was actually Lin Ling. He naturally recognized Lin Ling. During the Academy Exchange competition, Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhan in front of him and beat the other academies until they didn't dare to say a word. Now, the E-Garden had yet to wash away the humiliation and Lin Ling had come again. Moreover, he had come uninvited. Was he deliberately coming to trample on them? So it's E-Garden. At this moment, Lin Ling also had a look of realization. Then, he said to the vice principal, "Sorry for the disturbance, goodbye." After saying that, he left casually. This also made everyone dumbfounded, and that teacher became more and more angry. However, at this moment, someone finally reacted. Lin Ling? Could it be Snow Wind Academy's Lin Ling? That seems to be the case. I heard that he went to see God and disappeared for a whole year. That's not right. He also stepped on the stairway to God before. He must be Lin Ling. Wow, he's Lin Ling. As the voice drifted out, everyone's expression changed drastically. As for the old man who was about to attack, his pupils trembled and he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Today, the name of the son of demon, Lin Ling, was known to everyone in the final realm. As for the 36 academies, He was a household name. There were even many martial artists from the first and second halls who secretly worshipped Lin Ling. Moreover, taking a step back, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all a year ago. It was said that he had even defeated the city lord. Coupled with heavenly voice of God's identity, how could they afford to offend her? Even the vice principal of the E-Garden did not dare to offend Lin Ling. He could only watch as Lin Ling left casually. There was only one sentence lingering in his mind. "Sorry for disturbing, goodbye." Damn it. He left after saying that it had nothing to do with him? Did he think that the E-Garden was his own home? Moreover, he descended from the sky in such a high-profile manner. He was definitely proud of himself in front of the E-Garden. Damn it. The vice principal was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After all, Lin Ling was not a martial artist from their academy. Instead, he came from the academy that they had once looked down on. And the academy that they had once looked down on now had a person who had met God. How could the E-Garden put their face now? The entire E-Garden was silent. They could only watch as Lin Ling left. However, many people knew that this was the second time that Lin Ling had humiliated the E-Garden. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling did not deliberately humiliate them. He did not have the time. He just did not know that he would come to this place after climbing the stairway of gods. After leaving the E-Garden, Lin Ling also came to E-City. Just as he was about to leave, he looked at the huge 8 trigrams mirror in the sky and sighed in his heart. During the E-Garden exchange, Lin Ling was only an expert from the Shun San Hall. However, many years had passed. When he came again, he was already a god. Even the vice principal of the E-Garden did not dare to provoke him when he saw him. He could only sulk. Looking back, all of this was like a dream. "Lin Ling, is that you?" At this moment, a large number of experts appeared on the street ahead. When they saw Lin Ling, they immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. The person in the lead was the city lord of E-City. Back in E-City, Lin Ling saved Yang Yao and Ma Jin Tianzi, saw through Duan Wuhan's conspiracy, and also helped the city lord of E-City. At that time, he had formed a friendship with the city lord of E-City. City lord. Looking at the person who came, Lin Ling was also delighted and quickly bowed. "Ha, it's really you." When I saw the stairway to God coming to the E-Garden, I was still wondering who it was. I didn't expect it to be you. When the city lord of E-City saw Lin Ling, he was undoubtedly very happy. Moreover, he sighed in his heart. He never expected that the young man from back then would grow to such a height today. He remembered that at that time, Lin Ling was making a 3-year agreement with martial god Wen Tian. At that time, Lin Ling was very weak, but he still dared to go to the meeting alone and meet martial god Wen Tian. With such courage, he thought that he was the first person in the 9 states. As a matter of fact, not many years later, not only did Lin Ling win the promise of 3 years, he even killed the heaven-seeking martial god. In the end, this unprepossessing kid even stepped onto the stairway to God in front of countless people in the final world. Thinking about it, there were probably not many people in the current final world who did not know Lin Ling. "I also came here unintentionally. I've caused you inconvenience." At this time, Lin Ling said politely, "It's nothing." The city lord of E-City waved his hand and said, "You just came back from the god's place." "Huh, I thought that once you came back, you would go to Snow City. After all, the Divine Path competition of the 36 academies is being held there. I didn't expect that you would come to our E-City. It's our honor." Divine Path competition? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. "Huh, it's just an exchange between some experts of the gods' 3 halls. With your strength, there's no need to participate. I'm afraid no one is your match." The city lord of E-City laughed. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He was naturally not interested in the Divine Path competition, but he never expected that the remote Snow City also had the right to hold a competition and become the host. "Isn't it because of you?" Seemingly aware of Lin Ling's doubts, the city lord of E-City immediately explained, "You went to see God. At present, there is no one in the final world who doesn't know about it. Even your Snow Wind Academy has become famous. Therefore, this year's Divine Tao tournament was proposed by your dean. In the end, no one objected, so it was held in Snow Wind City. And this is a great honor for Snow Wind City. However, there are still many experts hidden in the 36 academies. They have been cultivating for much longer than you. If you are interested, you can go back and take a look. I think it's still not over yet. Chapter 4070. Return. Good. Lin Ling's interest was also piqued, because in the snow-blowing city, Yu Yu and the others would also participate, so he wanted to see the strength of Yu Yu and the others. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll pay you a visit another day. Go, I know you have a lot of things to do. Just don't forget your old friend. Of course. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling walked towards the city gate and disappeared into E City. Come out, he's gone. After Lin Ling disappeared, the city lord of E City looked at a restaurant in the distance. On the second floor of the restaurant, a woman stood there quietly, smiling as she looked in the direction Lin Ling had disappeared. She was the daughter of E City's city lord, Xuanu. Back then, she had fallen in love with Lin Ling, but at that time, Lin Ling had rejected her. He had only promised that when Lin Ling had stepped onto the peak of martial arts, he would definitely come and marry Yi Xiannu. For this promise, Xian Yi Fairy had been waiting for it. The E City Lord looked at his daughter and couldn't help but sigh. He thought that with the passage of time, his daughter would eventually forget about Lin Ling. However, he found that the power of love was truly terrifying. After so many years, not only did his daughter not forget Lin Ling, but she also missed Lin Ling even more. This made him, the city lord, very envious of Lin Ling. He said that when he reached the peak of martial arts, he would definitely come and marry me. Now he's almost there. On the second floor, Yi Xiannu said in a soft voice. Her words attracted the attention of many people on the street, especially some male cultivators. They looked at the beautiful woman with burning eyes. Unfortunately, they also noticed that the beautiful woman's eyes were filled with nostalgia. She seemed to have a sweetheart. This made them sigh again and again. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that Xianyan was still waiting for him. He had already left E Garden and was heading towards Snow City. His speed was also incomparably fast, easily reaching the speed of 5,000 worlds. Moreover, this was the result of him not painstakingly cultivating in the speed domain. Otherwise, his speed could have been increased by a little. Lin Ling had 6 dantians. There were too many domains to study and comprehend. He didn't even have time to comprehend the divine embryo. How could he have time to focus on speed? And this was also the disadvantage of having too many dantians. However, although Lin Ling did not cultivate in speed, his physical strength was formidable. As long as his physical strength, he could increase his speed. What a fast speed! That's an expert. Lin Ling flew across the sky and immediately attracted the attention of some martial artists on the ground. After all, the final world was the world of the gods. The rules here were very strict. How could ordinary people dare to act so recklessly? Therefore, everyone knew that the person to people who was flying across the sky of flying Ling. And judging from his speed, his speed. After a few hours, with Lin Ling's full strength, Snow City finally appeared in front of him. And Lin Ling could see from afar that Snow City was extremely lively at this moment. It was a boiling cauldron of voices and overflowing with people. This was something that Snow City had not seen for many years. Although the former Snow Wind Academy was not at the bottom of the 36 academies, its ranking was definitely not good. And now, because of Lin Ling, Snow City's position in the 36 academies was not low. Lin Ling naturally knew about this. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. Lin Ling also understood this principle. Therefore, he guessed that many experts from various academies would come out for this Divine Tao competition. Those experts from the strongest circle of the Divine Three Halls should also come. However, Snow Wind Academy had Yu Yu and Yuer, Young Demon Master, and the others. Their overall strength was not weak. Therefore, even if those experts came, it would not be easy to be arrogant in front of Snow Wind Academy. In the final circle of the Shunsan Hall, there are many people who are ranked in the top 100 of the Celestial Stairway. Last time, I met a strong cultivator on the Divine Stairway. This time, there will be even more strong cultivators like that. Lin Ling secretly thought. Then he jumped down from the sky and entered through the city gate. Lord Lin Ling, you are back. The guards at the city gate obviously knew Lin Ling and shouted in surprise. Lin Ling also smiled and greeted them. Lord Lin Ling, I will immediately inform the city lord. An old man laughed, but Lin Ling shook his head. The city lord should be very busy now, so there is no need to trouble him. I will go see him personally. Then he asked, is the Divine Tao competition over? What is the result? It is not over yet, but the last round is about to begin. At present, our Snow Wind Academy has not lost face. Yu Yu and Yuer, Shen Yuangu are all very powerful, and Young Demon Master, Zhuang Yanming, Majin Tianzi and the others are all very good. They are already representing our Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 halls. The other academies do not dare to underestimate them. Yes, we feel like we are in a dream, because the previous Snow Wind Academy was not so powerful. They did not even have the qualifications to be the host. Moreover, I heard that in this year's Divine Tao competition, the major academies have sent out many experts. Some of the experts who have been adventuring outside have come back. They just want to meet Snow Wind Academy. Those guards were talking because they could also sense that after the arrival of the foreign warriors, they looked at Snow Wind Academy with a touch of awe. In the past, although those foreign warriors were not very arrogant, their faces always had a sense of arrogance, as if they were above others. Since it is the last round, then I will also go and play. Hearing their words, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and said, he had not returned for 10 years. The last time he came back, it was a pity that it was a hurried farewell and disappeared for a year without even saying goodbye. Therefore, this time when Lin Ling came back, he also planned to have a good gathering with Yu Yu and the others. Of course, Big Brother, Young Demon Master and the others were also there, so they could also have a good drink. As for the Divine Tao competition, Lin Ling was after all a member of Snow Wind Academy. Although he had already become the heavenly voice of God, his realm was not high, so he could still participate. After entering the city, there were not many people on the streets. Looking into the distance, he could faintly see an endless sea of people in the city. Cheers also quietly floated out. This made Lin Ling also smile. Then he quickened his pace and walked towards the center of the city. At this moment, the city had already reached the last round, but it had not yet begun. This last round was a round where the strongest experts of the Divine 3 halls from more than 20 academies would exchange pointers. Ordinary experts of the Divine 3 halls did not have the qualifications to fight and were directly eliminated. Those who could participate, the worst were in the top 200 of the Heavenly Stairway of the Divine list, and many of them were in the top 100. Therefore, the total number of people was about 100 or so, which could be called the essence of the Divine 3 halls of the major academies. Chapter 4071. Registration. Master Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the huge martial stage, the patrolling guards immediately saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. I'm here to register for the Divine Path competition. Is it not too late? Lin Ling suddenly laughed. Just in time, just in time. However, Lord Lin Ling came later. For him to suddenly join us seems a little inappropriate. What are you afraid of? We are the hosts, we have the final say. That's right. Some patrolling guards hesitated at first, but the other guards immediately laughed. Then, someone led the way for Lin Ling. And someone immediately transmitted a message to the city lord. At this moment, on the side of the huge martial stage, a large number of experts were sitting on a gorgeous high platform, drinking tea and watching the competition below. These people were all city lords from different places, and they were all main city lords. Suddenly, one of them's eyes lit up, and then he couldn't help but laugh. City Lord Song, what's wrong with you? Such an unrestrained laughter naturally shocked the city lord beside him. One of our Snow Wind City's experts is back, and he wants to participate in the final Divine Path competition. Song Chiri excitedly drank a mouthful of wine, and then said boldly, Who is it? Why are you so excited? The city lords were even more curious. Lin Ling. Song Chiri gently put down the teacup, and then said word by word. As soon as his words fell, the entire gorgeous high platform was silent, and all the city lord's pupils trembled fiercely. Lin Ling. How could they not know? A year ago in Snow Wind City, he stepped on the sea god ladder to see the god. He also came to participate. One of the city lords suddenly smiled bitterly, because on that day, countless people witnessed Lin Ling defeating the primal chaos city lord. If he came to participate, how could the others compete? He is also a student of our Snow Wind Academy's Xianxia Hall, and his cultivation time is so short. Is he not qualified? Hearing this, Song Chiri suddenly looked at the city lord strangely and said, "That's possible, but..." The city lord smiled bitterly again. "If he participates, how many people can be his opponent?" "You're wrong, there are a few people here who are not weak, and their strength is comparable to the city lord. Don't you know that?" Song Chiri shook his head and said, "Even so, we still have a feeling that Lin Ling is more than them." The city lord sighed, and felt a little uneasy. It was because Lin Ling had not come a moment earlier or a moment later, and it just so happened that he had arrived at the most important competition. Wasn't he trying to anger people to death? Some city lords also secretly transmitted their voices, informing their academies that they were in. The deans, of course. Lin Ling, what a fucking coincidence for you to come back. I don't think he's qualified to participate because he's too late. Then go and tell City Lord Song. He's the host. Moreover, Lin Ling is currently the heavenly voice of God. If you don't let her participate, are you trying to offend the gods? This? What did I say before? I forgot what I said. I don't think I said anything. The deans naturally did not want Lin Ling to participate, but they did not dare to offend Lin Ling, so they could only smile bitterly. And the news also spread from them. What? Lin Ling is back? The people of the Snow Wind Academy also received the news, and they were all overjoyed. The second brother is back. Sakura, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji were all excited. After they returned from the Kaiyuan River, young Master Yao immediately informed them to go to Snow Wind City, saying that it was Lin Ling's headquarters. Of course, when they wanted to bring the people of the God Extermination Alliance into the final world, they were stopped by many experts. After all, it was their first time entering the final world. Just as they were about to helplessly return home, many experts appeared and brought them into the final world in a domineering manner, leaving them incomparably shocked. After that, they found out that those people were also from the God Extermination Alliance. However, they had joined later, so they were very polite to Sakura and the others. After chatting for a while, Sakura and the others found out that this was the God Extermination Alliance that Lin Ling had brought out from the ancient dragon wasteland. Most importantly, the number of people and strength gave Sakura and the others a fright. It made them feel as if they had joined later. After arriving at Snow Wind City, they found out from young Master Yao and the others that Lin Ling had brought out the God Extermination Alliance himself. There were more than 80,000 experts, and their aura was monstrous. What made Sakura and Meng Lu even more speechless was that many people who were stronger than them actually respectfully called them leaders, which made them unable to put down their faces. In fact, young Master Yao and the others were the same. Therefore, now that Lin Ling had returned, not only were they excited, but they were also very grateful. This was because they knew that the reason the God Extermination Alliance could become an overlord was actually because of Lin Ling's contribution. Brother Ling is back. Yu and the others also looked around and were extremely excited. Did he come back to torture people? At the side, Yu suddenly smiled. Indeed, he's back. Who among the 36 academies can be his opponent? Yu and the others immediately reacted and then giggled. At this moment, on the huge martial stage, rumors were constantly floating out. Those academy students who had received the news were all disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. However, they also deeply doubted the authenticity of the news. It's just a rumor. How could Lin Ling possibly come back? Moreover, if he's back, how could he possibly participate in the competition? That's right. He didn't go through the preliminary round or the intermediate round. He wants to participate in the final round. Isn't that too unreasonable? Don't worry, I've already asked around. This is a smokescreen released by the Snow Wind Academy to affect our mentality. Hee, it's a pity that we're smart and won't fall for it. Voices of discussion rang out continuously. However, soon, at the edge of the martial stage, a figure in a blue robe appeared and walked step by step towards the registration area. Oh my God, Lin Ling is really here. Looking at the handsome figure, the crowd was in an uproar. As for the more than 100 experts who were about to participate in the competition, at this moment, their pupils constricted and their expressions became extremely complicated. Of course, there were a few people who smiled and were looking forward to it. These people were obviously very confident in their own strength and wanted to meet the heavenly voice of God, Lin Ling, who was in the limelight. After all, to be able to defeat Lin Ling in front of so many people was something to be proud of. Lin Ling? Among these people, there was no doubt that one person was the most excited. He was naturally Duan Wuhan. Chapter 4072. Jade Scroll. Lin Ling, you're not the only one with luck. I have it too. Duan Wuhan suddenly clenched his fists, his fighting spirit soaring. After he finished speaking, he also walked towards Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling arrived in front of an old man. Earlier, the guards had told him that if he wanted to register, he could find this old man. Moreover, this old man was a member of the 4 great gods. He was also a 10th grade divine paladin. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, Lin Ling. When the old man saw Lin Ling walking over, his voice stuttered. Although he was a paladin of God and was very arrogant in front of the great academies, in front of Lin Ling of God, he was clearly much weaker. I'm here to sign up. May I? Lin Ling stopped in front of the old man and asked indifferently. Sure, but are you sure you want to sign up? The old man's voice carried a hint of respect, and he was extremely speechless in his heart, because he also felt that if Lin Ling registered, how could the others play? Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Because this is the final round, so it's unavoidable for some people to make up the numbers. Ordinary people have to experience the Alioth spiritual thunder scroll to test their combat strength. The old man spoke helplessly when he heard this. An enormous jade scroll floated behind him, and it emanated the glow of treasures. There were a large amount of names on the jade scroll, and they were the names of those who were about to participate in the competition. Although the jade scroll was used to test the strength of the contestants, the old man knew that Lin Ling's combat strength had definitely reached the standard. Just place your hand on the Alioth spiritual thunder scroll. Then, activate your realm essence and power to make the scroll release light. If it releases 2 rays of light, then you have reached the standard. Then, the old man began to explain. Lin Ling nodded. He walked up to the jade scroll that was more than a meter wide and gently placed his palm on it. The jade-like scroll suddenly bloomed with dazzling light and soared into the sky. 2nd level martial god. Furthermore, the book released 2 rays of light, which means that Lin Ling has met the requirements. Looking at the light emitted from the jade scroll, everyone's eyes narrowed. A breakthrough? That being said, they were still surprised by Lin Ling's cultivation. After all, Lin Ling was only a 1st-layer martial god during the divinity battle a year ago. Although it wasn't impossible to break through in 1 year in the final world, it was still extremely rare. Most importantly, everyone was aware of Lin Ling's strength. He was able to defeat a late-stage martial god when he was only a 1st-layer martial god. Now that he had broken through, his strength would surely improve too. Therefore, many people guessed that Lin Ling definitely did not activate the Alioth spiritual thunder scroll with all his strength. Otherwise, there would definitely be more than 2 beams of light that shot into the sky. Lin Ling, congratulations on your return. Lin Ling had just obtained the qualification. At this time, a voice of laughter was heard. Under everyone's gaze, a handsome young man walked down the martial platform. He was Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling looked at him strangely. You're not dead yet? Damn it, how could I die? Duan Wuhan was a little proud at first, but when he heard Lin Ling's words, he immediately became furious. Of course, he knew that Lin Ling was talking about the divinity battle a year ago. At that time, countless people from the Duan family and the new heavenly court had died. His luck was good because he was the one who stopped Lin Ling at the beginning. After being defeated by Lin Ling, he did not join the camp to stop him again, so he escaped the disaster. It's good that you're not dead. Cherish your life and stay away from me. Lin Ling looked at Duan Wuhan indifferently. After speaking, he turned and left. For people like Duan Wuhan, Lin Ling didn't put him in his eyes from the beginning. He knew that this Duan Wuhan was a genius, but after repeatedly losing to him, he had already developed a heart demon. Whether it was his mentality or fighting spirit, in fact, it couldn't be compared to the beginning. And this was indeed the case. Every time he saw Lin Ling, Duan Wuhan had a feeling of losing his mind. Now, seeing Lin Ling disdain him, Duan Wuhan was undoubtedly so angry that his nose was crooked. Lin Ling, aren't you curious about my realm and my fighting strength? Suddenly, Duan Wuhan shouted, his voice carrying strong self-confidence. The martial arts platform was also silent in an instant. Because Duan Wuhan had already gone through the preliminary and intermediate rounds and had shown great strength, many people knew that Duan Wuhan was not simple. The former Duan Wuhan was actually not weak, but his cultivation time was short. However, in this year, Duan Wuhan had obtained an opportunity that led to a crazy increase in strength. This progress even made many people envious. After Duan Wuhan was elated, he declared to the final world that Lin Ling was not the only one who was so lucky. He, Duan Wuhan, also had such luck and could rise quickly. Right now, Duan Wuhan was provoking Lin Ling in front of everyone. And this young heavenly voice of God, how would he face it? Not interested. However, Lin Ling did not look at Duan Wuhan and said indifferently. Everyone was stunned. The deans were also stunned. Although Lin Ling's strength was comparable to the city lord, Duan Wuhan was not weak either. The most important thing was that in the previous competition, Duan Wuhan did not use his full strength at all, so people did not know where his limit was. However, in the face of such a Duan Wuhan, Lin Ling actually said that he was not interested. Duan Wuhan was stunned and suddenly laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling, it's not that you are not interested, but that you are a little afraid. You are afraid of losing to me, and then the name of heavenly voice of God will lose face. You are escaping from reality. Hearing this, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped and shook his head. Escaping from reality? Duan Wuhan could say that. Could it be that Duan Wuhan thought that his strength had greatly increased, and Lin Ling had stayed in the same place? It was not that Lin Ling looked down on Duan Wuhan, but Lin Ling felt that even if he did not break through the realm, Duan Wuhan was not his opponent. Brother Ling, Duan Wuhan's strength is not weak, and there are a few people who are not weaker than him. Anyway, you are going to compete, so take a look at his strength. At this time, a clear voice suddenly came over. It was Yu Yu from the Snow Wind Academy. Although Yu Yu was very confident in Lin Ling, she was always worried about Lin Ling. She was also afraid that Lin Ling would underestimate the enemy too much, so she reminded Lin Ling. The most important thing was to see Duan Wuhan's strength. There was no loss. Since my wife has spoken, then I will take a look at what you are capable of. With Yu Yu's words, Lin Ling finally turned around and smiled. Wow, that is very powerful, Yu Yu. She is actually Lin Ling's wife. Hearing Lin Ling's words, some of the strong people from the major academies were shocked at the moment. Because in the previous competition, Yu Yu also showed a strong strength, which made them curious about who this beauty was. Some men who were fascinated by Yu Yu even tried to get closer to Yu Yu. However, now they all knew that this beauty was already taken. Chapter 4073. 10 people attack together. Senior son, please open the Alioth Spiritual Thunder Scroll. I want to let Lin Ling see my strength. At this time, Duan Wuhan shouted proudly and then strode towards the Jade Scroll. When his palm touched it, 4 rays of light immediately soared into the sky. Duan Wuhan's cultivation realm was at the 5th level of the martial god realm. Moreover, he had an acquired divine embryo and a strong divine power. 4 rays of light. This represented his battle strength. It was 2 more rays than Lin Ling. Do you see? Are you afraid? My current strength is not what you can imagine. Moreover, don't think that this is my full strength. I'm still hiding my strength. So, don't let me meet you later. Otherwise, I'll make you lose miserably. Sensing that his aura was constantly rising, Duan Wuhen was also incomparably proud. You made me waste so much time and you're just showing me this? Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head and turned to leave. He naturally also noticed that Duan Wuhen's strength had increased. However, this strength was really not enough for him to look at. You! Duan Wuhen was stunned. He thought that if he showed a part of his strength, Lin Ling would definitely be very surprised. However, Lin Ling was still as calm as usual. The way he looked at him could be described as simply ignoring him. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. On another high platform, the deans of the major academies narrowed their eyes. Today was the Divine Dao competition. It was the time for the experts of the major academies to exchange pointers. However, Lin Ling immediately became the host after arriving. He did not put the major academies in his eyes at all. Snow Wind Academy has Lin Ling. Their wings have hardened. However, Snow Wind Academy is so arrogant. Aren't they afraid of becoming a thorn in their side? Humph, just a nouveau riche. In terms of heritage, our academy was established 80,000 years earlier than Snow Wind Academy. Snow Wind Academy has to call us seniors when they see us. No matter what, Snow Wind Academy is now rising. Among the 36 academies, their ranking is not low. All kinds of sour words floated out from the deans' mouths. However, Snow Wind Academy is only relying on Lin Ling. Although Yu Yu and the others are also powerful, compared to the real experts of the third hall, their heritage is a little weaker. The strongest girl called An Yuer has an innate divine embryo. She is indeed extraordinary. If Lin Ling is defeated, then Snow Wind Academy will lose face. Even God's heavenly voice will become a joke. After a conversation, the deans' they looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. They wanted to join forces and defeat Lin Ling. And the experts of their academies as masters immediately received the headmaster's academy. To be honest, they were Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was only at the second level of the martial god realm. Although he had a divine embryo, this kind of strength was not qualified to become a trial taker. And they had been bitterly cultivating in the academy for 10,000 years. They had been to the forbidden area and had broken through the divine treasury. From any point of view, they were more qualified than Lin Ling. Defeating him, although it won't change the result, it can still vent a breath of resentment. God's heavenly voice was also defeated by me. If this matter spreads out, I think it will be a good thing. Among the experts, a thin and weak young man shrugged his shoulders and smiled. To him, what he feared was Lin Ling's identity, not his strength. Lin Ling could defeat the city lord, but in fact, he could also defeat him. There were even a few people here who could. Just as they were chatting in high spirits, Lin Ling's footsteps suddenly stopped. He looked around the martial arts stage with a strange expression and said indifferently, "It's a waste of time. How about this? I'll represent the Snow Wind Academy to fight you all." The martial stage instantly went silent, because they originally wanted to target Lin Ling. In the end, before they could raise it, Lin Ling had raised it instead. Moreover, Lin Ling represented Snow Wind Academy to defeat them? Lin Ling, now is the Divine Dao competition. You're representing the entire Snow Wind Academy to fight. Then what will your junior brothers think? You have to know that the Divine Dao competition is also a time to test one's strength. I'm afraid your junior brothers won't accept it. A dean said indifferently. Lin Ling's words also represent our Snow Wind Academy. At this moment, the dean of Snow Wind Academy also smiled and spoke. She obviously also knew that in today's Divine Dao competition, although their Snow Wind Academy could get a good result, they obviously wouldn't be able to win until the end. In the end, it was because their Snow Wind Academy's foundation was weak and they had only risen in recent years. Therefore, the following competition actually didn't have much meaning. But if Lin Ling could win against all the other academies, it would be a supreme honor for the Snow Wind Academy. Their Snow Wind Academy had been established for so many years and had always been in existence that was mocked and looked down upon by all the other academies. Now that there was a chance to surpass these academies, the dean wouldn't miss it. Therefore, she also looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. Lin Ling smiled faintly at her. The dean had once helped him a lot. The Snow Wind Supreme token was given by the dean. Therefore, now that there was a chance to repay the kindness, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss it. In fact, we're almost done fighting. Therefore, we feel that it's very suitable for Lin Ling to represent us. After the dean, young demon master and the rest also spoke indifferently. They naturally knew that if the competition continued, they definitely wouldn't be a match for those people. Not to mention other things, just the cultivation time, they had 10 times less than those people. Seeing the dean and the Snow Wind Academy students speaking, the various deans of the major academies suddenly smiled. Regarding this, they also couldn't wait. After all, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could sweep away all the students. Since Lin Ling is so stubborn, then we can only do as you wish. However, be careful not to be eliminated. A dean suddenly laughed. However, when he looked over, Lin Ling had already appeared on the martial arts stage and waved at the various deans. That nonchalant look of his undoubtedly stunned all the academy heads. Following that, all of them were in a foul mood. Because that gesture of waving was too arrogant. After all, they were still deans. Why don't we draw lots and see who will be Lin Ling's first opponent? A strong cultivator immediately snorted, his voice filled with strong dissatisfaction. No need to be so troublesome. Let the 10 of you come together. This will save time. After all, I just came back and don't have time to waste on this divine Tao competition. However, just as the strong cultivator finished speaking, Lin Ling already shook his head and said. The audience was in an uproar. The deans of the various academies narrowed their eyes. 10 people together? One had to know that the remaining 100 people were all ranked 200 to 100 on the divine list. Although Lin Ling was powerful, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wasn't careful, Lin Ling might be defeated. Moreover, Lin Ling also broke the rules. There was no need to draw lots at all. He looked down on others and let them go on stage. Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. Disgrace. Chapter 4074. As if meeting a god. All the deans were trembling with anger. Lin Ling was too arrogant. For a moment, the entire martial stage was silent. If looks could kill, then Lin Ling would have been skinned alive countless times. Lin Ling, I'll fight you. At this moment, an expert from the Third Divine Hall finally leaped onto the martial stage. Boom! After smashing onto the martial stage, the entire martial stage shook by 30%. Feng Yao, an extremely ancient expert from the Third Divine Hall. He was ranked 198 on the God ranking Stairway to Heaven. Me too. Following that, another person leaped onto the stage. Following that, more and more people joined in. There were a total of 10 people. In terms of seniority, these people were actually Lin Ling's seniors. However, they rarely stayed in the academy. Most of them were out adventuring. As for Lin Ling's name, they had naturally heard of it. In their impression, this rising star was extremely arrogant. However, after seeing him today, they realized that he was even more arrogant than the rumors. Boom! After the 10 people landed on the square, they exploded with powerful auras. There was a 10th grade ultimate desolate body and there was also an acquired divine fetus. The weakest cultivation realm was at the late stage of the martial god realm. Furthermore, each of them had the power of a god. Lin Ling, I know you did it on purpose. You pretended to not care and then challenged 10 people. That was because you wanted to win glory for the Snow Wind Academy. We can understand your painstaking efforts. However, we also have our own academies and we also want to win glory for our academies. Now that the 10 of us are fighting you, I'm afraid that even if the city lord of the 36 cities was here, he would not dare to slight us. So now you should be regretting it. That's right. Don't think that because of the heavenly voice of the gods, we won't dare to touch you. Today, even if you are defeated, I believe that the gods will not blame us. The 10 people said in unison. They were gnashing their teeth. Clearly they were furious. They would definitely not hold back. Looking at the appearance of the 10 of them, the various deans all laughed. The students of their academies also laughed. They were looking forward to it. Clearly, They did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat the 10 of them at the same time. "I'll show you my talent." The man named Feng Yao even revealed his acquired godly fetus. It was a golden peng, and when it soared in the sky, its golden light illuminated the firmament, and its divine might was awe-inspiring. Wind Rock, the bloodline of the golden winged rock. Looking at the majestic great peng, one of the principals immediately nodded in satisfaction. Although this divine fetus was not Xianxia, it was still incomparably powerful and possessed extraordinary speed. It was said that Lin Ling seemed to have the speed of 5,000 worlds. However, Feng Yao had the speed of 7,000 worlds. With this speed alone, Feng Yao was unbeatable. "Oh, very good talent." Lin Ling looked at Feng Yao curiously and nodded his head. It was undeniable that the experts hidden in the depths of the Shunsan Hall were indeed very powerful. If it was 1 year ago, Lin Ling would have to use at least 80% of his strength against Feng Yao. "Are you scared? Let me tell you, Feng Yao possesses a speed that surpasses yours. You simply cannot catch up to him." Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, another expert sneered. "Scared?" Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. He was too lazy to explain anything. He glanced at the crowd and said, "What about you? Are you not going to show your trump cards?" "I'm afraid that if we show our trump cards, you'll be even more afraid." Hearing this, the others immediately sneered. "Then show them quickly. If you don't use your full strength, I'll be too lazy to fight." Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and played with his fingernails. He said, "So, you'd better prepare yourselves first. After all, if you don't prepare anything and lose, you'll lose unjustly." "Bullshit. You think you can do that?" When the experts heard Lin Ling's words, their anger that had just subsided burned again. Boom, boom, boom. They immediately displayed their talents, world origin, and divine power. Lin Ling is too arrogant. Everyone was dumbfounded because they thought that Lin Ling intended to defeat them one by one. Who knew that Lin Ling would ask them to prepare themselves first? Wasn't this courting death? "Look, that's the heavenly ghost Buddha King." At this time, someone exclaimed. One of them unleashed his divine fetus body. Behind him, a sea of ghosts appeared. It was magnificent and filled with ghostly energy. Above the sea of ghosts, there was a Buddha's salvation. This was a double talent body. One side was Buddha, and the other side was ghost. Even Lin Ling looked at that person in surprise. Not bad, he was indeed very strong. In addition to the golden rock divine fetus, there were many experts. "Then I'll give you 3 breaths time to prepare. After 3 breaths, I'll attack." Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would treat them seriously, Lin Ling spoke again. "This is too fierce." Everyone was in an uproar again. Because not only did Lin Ling ask the 10 people to prepare, but he also told them in advance that he would attack in 3 breaths' time. This was not a battle, it was simply guidance. "Lin Ling, don't humiliate us." The 10 people were furious again. "Don't be angry. Maybe this is his scheme." But very soon, a dean shouted loudly, reminding everyone. Even he thought that Lin Ling was no match for the 10 people. Therefore, he thought for a long time and thought that Lin Ling must be playing some tricks. "That's possible. Everyone, don't pay attention to him. Fight with all your strength. After defeating him, talk to him." The people on the martial arts platform were worthy of being experts. They calmed down quickly. 3. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling finally said a word. Then he walked toward the 10 people. Moreover, he walked toward the center of the 10 people. "Next, you're going to lose." Moreover, he didn't make a move, but he had already announced the result of these people. Everyone tensed up, thinking that Lin Ling would use some big move. However, no matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling didn't use any big move at all. He just walked toward the center of the 10 people. Yes, he was right in the center of the 10 people. And this angle was undoubtedly the best angle for the 10 people to attack. It was as if they were surrounding Lin Ling. For a moment, the 10 people were stunned. Could it be that Lin Ling was still playing some tricks? However, after staring for a long time, Lin Ling didn't do anything. He stopped in his tracks, put his hands behind his back, and then there was no more then. deliberately mystifying, "Fight him." This time, the 10 people felt like they were being played. It seemed that the name Heavenly Voice of God made them too cautious. Lin Ling was just strong in appearance but weak in reality. Crazy. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even the various deans secretly cursed. This was because, in the middle of the 10 people's attacks, no city lord in the 36 main cities would be so confident. However, just as the 10 people attacked at the same time, Lin Ling, who was in the center, finally released his divine power. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a ferocious ripple of power rushed out. Bang bang bang. Chapter 4075. Sorcery. It was the same feeling as when Lin Ling faced Sister Zhen. Any powerful force seemed to be sealed and suppressed. Bang, bang, bang. In the center, Lin Ling took a step forward. When the strength of the 10 people was greatly reduced, he threw out a palm. His left hand flashed with yellow light and his right hand was dazzling with red light. It was the Bodhi testimony divine skill. Then, the 10 masters were all hit by the palm. Like kites with broken strings, they were all smashed outside the martial arts platform. Then, they all spat out a mouthful of blood, and their expressions changed greatly. They were just about to attack, but a gush of divine power rushed over and shocked them. Their attack, defense, and speed were all greatly reduced. Then, they were all defeated by Lin Ling's move. The martial arts platform was in a state of shock. They were all defeated in one move? 10 masters from the third hall of God? This must be a dream. What's going on? Even the deans of the major academies stood up subconsciously, and their expressions changed greatly. Is it the power of God? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. Maybe it's some unknown divine skill. It's too powerful. He shocked 10 people at once, and they were all not weak. What kind of martial skill could be so powerful? They were talking about it because they couldn't understand Lin Ling's means. After all, divine power was awakened by gods. Even if ordinary people had divine fetuses, it was very difficult for them to awaken it. Therefore, these deans didn't think about divine power. It was really rare for them to see such a means. Only Xianxia and the old woman's pupils changed, and then they were horrified. Because only they knew that almost 90% of the masters on Lei Gong's side had this means, which was called divine power. The power of the ripples was able to shake out the advantage of the divine fetus in the form of ripples, impacting the opponent's talents and causing them to lose their power. This was the legendary power of the gods. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would awaken the power of the gods in the hands of the Thunder God? The old woman was obviously very excited. Because she was the guardian and had watched Lin Ling grow up, even she felt an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. What kind of sorcery did you use? At this time, the 10 people on the ground stood up while holding their chests and shouted angrily. Because they had lost in such a dubious manner. Sorcery? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. If Lei Gong knew about this, Lei Gong would probably hack them to death. After all, the dignified god's might was actually called a demonic art. Should he say that they were ignorant or stupid? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain. He said indifferently, "With your IQ, no matter how much I tell you, you won't understand." The 10 men were so angry that they felt a sweet taste in their throats. Their originally injured bodies almost spat out another mouthful of blood. This was because not only had Lin Ling defeated them cleanly, he had even used a contemptuous tone to speak to them. "You've lost. Stop making a fool of yourself." At this moment, a city lord finally spoke up. Regardless of whether Lin Ling had used demonic arts or something else, the truth was right before their eyes. Those 10 people had all lost. Now that they were blabbering on and on, wasn't this even more embarrassing? "I'm so angry." Those 10 people obviously knew this point, but they were even more unwilling in their hearts because they had lost in such a dubious manner. "Well, time is limited, so I won't go down. Which academy's expert will come next?" On the martial stage, Lin Ling's voice once again floated out. Although it was calm, it also carried a domineering aura. "Senior Lin Ling, you're so powerful." That attitude of looking down on all the heroes had undoubtedly caused the people of the Snow Wind Academy to start cheering. The two deans of Snow Wind Academy looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Their Snow Wind Academy had not been so glorious for a long time. One must know that because of Lin Ling, their Snow Wind Academy's name had already shaken the entire world. However, it was only fame, it was not enough to challenge the status of those old academies. But now, they had the ability to fight against the old academies. If 10 people can't do it, then 20 people. Anyway, it will only take one move. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. There were more than 90 remaining experts of the 3 halls. At this moment, their faces were gloomy and they wanted to go up and defeat Lin Ling. But soon, the voice of the dean also floated over, telling them not to act rashly. After all, the previous 10 people had been defeated too strangely, so if the experts sent out were too ordinary, it would only be more humiliating and would make Snow Wind Academy even more glorious. Therefore, if they really wanted to fight, they would have to send out experts with some ability. I'm really aggrieved. I just returned from the ancient forbidden forest of the 9 regions. I thought that my strength had greatly increased and I would be able to make my juniors admire me. But in the end I met Lin Ling, this freak. An expert fiercely said. He only relies on that demonic technique. If he can break it, Lin Ling can still defeat him. However, a one-armed youth immediately opened his mouth and stared at Lin Ling with strong confidence. He had obviously investigated Lin Ling's strength. 2nd level martial god realm. Possessing 4 types of divine power. Double divine embryo body. Moreover, his physical strength was not weak. This meant that if one had a late-stage martial god realm and also possessed the divine embryo body, plus more than 5 types of divine power, then they would have a chance to defeat Lin Ling. And among this group of people, there were a few who met this requirement. I'll fight him. At this moment, a confident voice finally sounded, making everyone look over and find that the one who spoke was Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan wanted to fight Lin Ling from the beginning, but Lin Ling had defeated 10 people in one move. If Duan Wuhan was not confident, he would definitely not dare to open his mouth at this moment. Therefore, Duan Wuhan's decision let many people know that Duan Wuhan had the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, against me, you can't defeat me in one move. At the edge of the martial stage, Duan Wuhan looked up and said indifferently to Lin Ling. His voice also made Lin Ling look down at him, but Lin Ling did not speak. Duan Wuhan immediately jumped up and landed on the martial stage, standing hundreds of meters away from Lin Ling. Boom! In his body, the terrifying Duan family bloodline was stimulated, causing the Heaven Fate Wheel to appear behind him. This huge fate wheel was like a vortex, and its color was distinct. Each layer of the vortex had a mysterious melody, as if it had swallowed the lives of millions of people. The Duan family's Heaven Fate Wheel is said to be able to attack and defend, and is the most difficult to deal with. Something's wrong. How did Duan Wuhan's Heaven Fate Wheel become so huge? Did the Duan lineage martial god pass down his mantle to him? It seems that Duan Wuhan did hide his strength in the previous competition. At present, he has 5 types of divine power. All the deans stared at Duan Wuhan, and then they saw the power of the Heaven Fate Wheel. Are you surprised? I said before that in the Jade Scrolls assessment, I did not use my full strength. Moreover, I want to tell you that it's not only Lin Ling who has the opportunity. Chapter 4076. One move. The Heavenly Fate Wheel was said to be formed by the heavens of the 3,672 worlds, and then used the lives of the 3,672 worlds as the foundation. This meant that the Heavenly Fate Wheel was actually the sky of the 3,672 worlds, and in those worlds, Duan Wuhan was their god. Boom! Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Fate Wheel erupted with a roar, and a treasure light soared into the sky. The vortex that was originally condensed from 5 mysterious lights now had one more. 6 divine powers. In the seats around the martial arts platform, people subconsciously stood up, and their faces changed greatly. Because Duan Wuhan's strength had increased more than they had imagined. Even Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Apparently, he was also very surprised. He guessed that the opportunity that Duan Wuhan had obtained was definitely not simple. Lin Ling, You have a divine fetus, and I also have a divine fetus. And your previous demonic arts against my heavenly fate wheel will not have much effect because you are fighting against the sky of the 3,672 worlds. As for your physical strength, sorry, my cultivation is higher than yours, so your physical strength is useless against me. And finally, the divine powers, I have surpassed you. Behind the fierce fate wheel, Duan Wuhan's long hair danced wildly as he said indifferently. It was as if he had been waiting for this day for many years. Your true inheritance, the dark sword, has 1 divine powers, and your Buddha-type power has 2 divine powers. So, you have 3 divine powers, right? Duan Wuhan sneered again, as if he had seen through Lin Ling. But Lin Ling shook his head and did not speak. Because he cultivated 6 dantians at the same time, his strength was mysterious and unpredictable. Even if he had burst out his strength in front of countless people, there were only a few people who could completely understand his strength. And Duan Wuhan obviously only knew the tip of the iceberg of Lin Ling. How could he be so confident just like that? I know that you don't dare to speak, but I won't force you. Because it's time to settle the grudges between you and me. I, Duan Wuhan, will cripple your heavenly voice of God. I, Duan Wuhan, will tell you that in the struggle between you and me, you, Lin Ling, have been overtaken by me. You are no longer my opponent. Without waiting for Lin Ling to open his mouth, Duan Wuhan shouted in high spirits. Cripple heavenly voice of God. Everyone was also frightened by Duan Wuhan's tyrannical actions. Crippling Lin Ling was equivalent to offending a god. Moreover, people did not expect Duan Wuhan's ambition to be so huge that he actually set his goal to surpass Lin Ling. In fact, from the very beginning, there was no lack of experts from the 36 academies who wanted to surpass Lin Ling. But in the end, they all failed. On the contrary, many of the older generation of Xianxia Hall masters were surpassed by Lin Ling. Over time, people came to know that Lin Ling was a rising star. He was the only one who could surpass others, and others would never have the chance to surpass him. But now, there was one person who still persevered. This person was Duan Wuhan. Seeing Duan Wuhan erupting with an imposing aura, Lin Ling's eyes finally looked at him seriously. Of course, this was not a look at the other's strength, but a look at the other's ambition. Surpass him, Lin Ling? In today's 9 regions, there was only one person who could be recognized by Lin Ling. Duan Wuhan was not qualified to call himself a genius in front of him, Lin Ling. You're done with your nonsense. Lin Ling said indifferently. Hearing this, Duan Wuhan's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, Come on, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I will let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, I will defeat you in 1 move. Lin Ling was stunned. Let him have 3 moves? Then he, Lin Ling, did not need to be polite. This time, Lin Ling did not urge his divine power. Instead, except for the divine power of the true inheritance, the dark sword, he urged all of his divine power. Human Sovereign's Flame, 4 divine powers. Thunderlock Physique, 3 divine powers. Bodhi Array Divine Technique, 2 divine powers. He took a step and rushed towards Duan Wuhan. At this moment, the heaven's fate wheel behind Duan Wuhan was rolling, resisting the power of Lin Ling's impact. But when Lin Ling approached, Duan Wuhan found that he could not stop it at all. The heaven's fate wheel seemed to be about to collapse. And at this moment, the 2 palms came crashing down like mountains and seas. Rumble! The heaven's fate wheel that resisted Lin Ling's 9 divine powers collapsed in an instant and then exploded. Duan Wuhan's face changed greatly. He urged the 6 divine powers in an attempt to resist Lin Ling's palms. Rumble! When the 2 forces collided, the entire snow-blowing city immediately swayed wildly. The weak people were even more unstable and sat down on the ground with a plop. When he looked at the martial stage again, it instantly collapsed, and a terrifying divine power swept out. It was as if 2 gods were colliding, and the terrifying impact actually shattered the clouds in the sky into dust. While the power of the martial platform was still colliding, a figure finally seemed to be blown by a strong wind and shot to the ground at an oblique angle. The earth also shook in an instant. People also clearly saw that it was Duan Wuhan. After Duan Wuhan hit the ground, like a sandbag, he bounced 3 times in a row. Finally, he lay there motionless, constantly vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at his hands again, at this moment, they were badly mutilated and completely destroyed. And looking at his appearance, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. The eyes of the audience were frozen there. The deans of the major academies were also stunned. The masters of the 3 divine halls who were about to fight trembled even more. Duan Wuhan was defeated. Even 5 strands of godly power were useless. No matter how much Duan Wuhan's strength had improved and how much divine power he had, in the face of Lin Ling, he was not his opponent at all. Ironically, he actually intended to let Lin Ling make 3 moves. The air was inexplicably strange. The whole city was terrifyingly quiet. Although people were very afraid of Lin Ling, they were even more afraid of Lin Ling's identity. People knew that Lin Ling's strength was very powerful, but at least Lin Ling was not invincible. Not to mention others, the deans present were stronger than him. However, now they found that this seemed to be an illusion. Lin Ling did not seem to have broken out his full strength in the Meet the Gods battle a year ago. Now this was his full strength. It's really just one move. In the silence, someone let out a horrified voice. The words scared the masters of the 3 divine halls. Now they were not so confident. All eyes fell on the martial arts platform, staring at the handsome young man. Heavenly voice of God, Lin Ling. They finally knew that he was not to be trifled with. Everything was as the city lords had imagined. Lin Ling returned this time to oppress people. Those who did not submit would be oppressed until they submitted. Duan Wuhan, of all the geniuses I have seen in my life, only one person is qualified to be compared with me. You are far from it. At this time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. He had defeated Duan Wuhan several times, but he had not been ruthless, so this time, he would not be merciful. The divine power from before was probably enough to cripple Duan Wuhan. Chapter 4077. Translator, Niobo Studio Trial Challenger, the 7th Prince. After hearing Lin Ling's words, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Furthermore, before he fainted, he clearly knew that he was going to be crippled. What a powerful strength. That's probably above the 6 Dao realm. But a year ago, he didn't have so much divinity. I estimate that the power of a god to be above 8. Now that his weakest domain has improved, there's no way for him to fight anymore. It's better to admit defeat. Damn it. This is the Divine Tao Great Competition. Are all of our great academies here to be abused? The various deans also recognized the reality of the situation, and their hearts were filled with unwillingness and jealousy. On the other hand, the Snow Wind Academy was filled with cheers. The 2 deans were so excited that they laughed heartily. In fact, such a scene was not rare in the previous Divine Tao Great Competition. However, at that time, they were the ones who were abused. Today, they were just returning the favor. After all, no matter what, they were the hosts. According to the rules, the host should be the strongest in the competition. Looks like it's over. But this year's Divine Tao Great Competition is also fascinating. In the distant stands, Song Chiri stood up and smiled faintly. When the other city lords heard this, they smiled bitterly. It was very exciting. However, the highlight was only Snow Wind Academy. The other academies had instead become foils. As expected of the host. Well, it's over. Look at the experts of the 3rd hall. I'm afraid they don't dare to fight anymore. What goes around comes around. Today, it has come to Snow-Blowing City. Then, the city lords sighed again and again. Their gazes landed on the experts of the various academies. At this moment, they were like roosters that had been drenched in the rain. What pride did they have left? They had no choice but to submit. As a trial taker, is there any point in bullying them? But at this moment, endless divine emperor light suddenly descended from the sky. Then, a large number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes, looking very majestic. Is that the emperor of the mysterious palace? Crown Prince Xingrua? It's them. Everyone turned their gazes to the sky and were instantly shocked. This was because these martial artists who had suddenly appeared were all extremely terrifying existences. In fact, many of them were experts from the third hall. They could have participated in the competition, but they were too proud to do so. Most importantly, that group of people had the same characteristic, and that was the purple chi. Because in that group of people, any one of them was an existence like His Majesty's nobleman. The seventh prince. The deans of the various academies stared at the young man in the lead as they recognized him. This was especially true for the dean of Miaoshan Academy, who was extremely excited. The seventh prince was once a top expert of the third divine hall. He came from the Miaoshan Academy, one of the 36 academies. The Miao God Academy was the academy of the Miao God Palace, and that place was the core of the final world. Emperor Miao was one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, the Miao God Academy was the most prestigious and luxurious academy among the 36 academies. Seventh Prince, you're here. The dean of Miaoshan Academy immediately stood up and said. He looked even more excited. This was because he hadn't expected that the seventh prince would come. Now that he had joined, the Divine Tao Great Competition hadn't ended yet. The seventh prince would definitely suppress Lin Ling's spirit. I just happened to pass by here and saw this scene. However, some people are really thick-skinned. In the sky, a young man wearing a purple robe and a jade crown slowly walked down. He had his hands behind his back, and he looked like a gentleman who had descended. The people behind him all had extraordinary temperaments, and the way they looked at the crowd innately carried a sense of superiority. This was because they were also members of the 7th Imperial Alliance. Seventh Prince, do you want to fight Lin Ling? A dean immediately asked with anticipation. Of course, Lin Ling is a trial taker, and so am I. It's very fair for me to fight him. The seventh prince stepped on the divine bridge and walked along it, step by step, to the martial stage. Then he looked at Lin Ling with contempt and said, "Do you still have any shame? As a trial taker, do you think it's fun to bully them? Or is it that you, the divine voice of heaven, only dare to be arrogant in front of these people?" His voice was very calm, but it carried a domineering aura as if he was a monarch reprimanding his subjects. Seeing that the seventh prince was so aggressive, Lin Ling calmly stared at him. He naturally knew who the seventh prince was. Back in the ancient dragon desolate land, the seventh prince had fought with him for an year. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling in the end with countless treasures. He did not expect to see him again today. Furthermore, Lin Ling also knew that the seventh prince was indeed a trial taker. "You said I'm shameless, but I think you're shameless too." Lin Ling put away his thoughts and laughed sarcastically. "What a joke. Do you think I'm like you, participating in this competition just to please the crowd? Do you think I'm like you, bullying the weak?" Hearing this, the seventh prince harumphed coldly. "Is that so? Then may I ask if Your Excellency, seventh prince, did you try to kidnap the bride in the ancient dragon desolate land? Weren't you bullying others back then as well? You were just unlucky and failed." Lin Ling shrugged and replied, "That's right." As soon as this sentence fell, the seventh prince was stunned. Thinking of the past, his face became gloomy. Back then he was determined to get an heir. However, Lin Ling snatched her from his hands. This was a huge humiliation to him. After that, he found out that the mysterious young man, Lin Ling, was actually one of the trial takers. "Also, may I ask if you know how many years I've been cultivating in the Snow Wind Academy? And how many years have they been cultivating?" Seeing the seventh prince's face turn black, Lin Ling spoke again. "I know that your cultivation time is shorter than theirs, but you're a trial taker." The seventh prince immediately said coldly, "Since you know that my cultivation time is shorter than theirs, that's enough. Because my cultivation time is so short, but I've also become the heavenly voice of God. What about them? Not only are they weaker than me, they can't even be considered as trial takers. May I ask if I've been cultivating for the same amount of time and I've achieved all these while they haven't? Am I bullying them or are they trash?" Lin Ling took a step forward, his aura like thunder. The seventh prince was stunned and found it difficult to answer. Lin Ling's cultivation time was shorter than most of the people here. Now that he was the heavenly voice of God, those people were still at the same place. Now that they had lost to Lin Ling, they had the nerve to say that Lin Ling was bullying them? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for being too useless. Let me ask you again, how many years have you been a trial taker? At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. Me. The seventh prince was stunned for a moment. He wanted to speak, but his brows instantly furrowed, because he suddenly guessed why Lin Ling asked this question. Lin Ling wanted to compete with him, the seventh prince, in terms of time to become a trial taker. Chapter 4078. A Clash of Leaders. You don't dare to answer? This is the seventh prince? In my opinion, he's more like a piece of shit. Lin Ling shouted, you said that I bullied these people, and that's all there is to it. But what about you? You've been a trial taker for much longer than me. Now that you've come out to be so arrogant, aren't you also bullying people? Lin Ling had never had a good impression of the seventh prince because the latter had once snatched a Nuer. You. Hearing Lin Ling's bullshit, the seventh prince's face instantly turned cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. With the seventh prince's prestige, how could he endure being reprimanded in front of so many people? The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, openly provoking the seventh prince. After all, Lin Ling was a trial taker, but so was the seventh prince. The seventh prince didn't need to be so afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, many people didn't know that Lin Ling and the seventh prince already had a grudge against each other. You said that I'm thick-skinned, but where's your face? However, Lin Ling was still unforgiving. Of course, you can bully others if you want, but you're not qualified to bully me. If I remember correctly, in the ancient dragon wasteland, you were trampled under my feet, and you even tried to snatch the bride from me. You lost miserably, so where's your face at that time? Lin Ling's voice was like a string of cannons, and the seventh prince's body trembled. Obviously, he didn't expect that before he could suppress Lin Ling, he would be trampled by Lin Ling. As a trial taker and the leader of the Seventh Emperor Alliance, how could he swallow this insult? In fact, the experts of the Seventh Emperor Alliance couldn't swallow this insult either. However, they endured it because they knew that the seventh prince would definitely do something. However, the experts of the Godslayer Alliance were also watching from the Snow Wind City. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. Now, it seemed like the leaders of the Godslayer Alliance and the Seventh Emperor Alliance were clashing. Very well, Lin Ling, I want to fight you and teach you a lesson on behalf of your Lord God. The seventh prince knew that he could not outtalk Lin Ling, so he planned to use his strength to wash away the humiliation. As you wish. Lin Ling already knew that this would happen. Furthermore, he did not fight against the seventh prince last time. Today, he would be able to meet this challenger. Wow, the trial challengers are fighting. The whole city was in an uproar when they saw the two experts confronting each other. The trial takers were extremely mysterious existences to many people. They followed the gods, and whether it was in terms of strength or methods, they were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As for Lin Ling, he was a new trial challenger. The seventh prince, a challenger who had been famous for a long time. The clash between these two great trial challengers would definitely be incomparably exciting. Lin Ling, I will let you know what it means to be a senior. The seventh prince unleashed his strength. He also possessed the divine fetus body and was not weak at all. Moreover, he had 8 strands of divine fetus body. Although he had 1 less strand than Lin Ling, his cultivation was higher. He was a level 9 martial god. Most importantly, the realm essence that he cultivated was different from that of ordinary people. It was a kind of divine emperor chi. In terms of purity and overbearingness, it greatly surpassed the realm essence of ordinary people. Obviously, he was an existence that surpassed most of the city lords. There were probably no more than 4 city lords who could compete with him. He was also an expert who ranked at the top of the 100 on the divine ranking. Boom. He took a step forward and 9 dragons circled around his body. Then, a ferocious true dragon circled around his arm. He punched out. This punch seemed to have revealed the great Tao of the universe and the nobility of life. Dragon. However, his dragon was not the bloodline of the dragon tribe. It was a true dragon formed by a powerful divine Emperor Qi. It could be said that he was the emperor of the mortal realm. Boom. On the other hand, Lin Ling went all out. He merged his talents, his physical strength, and his realm essence. He activated his divine fetus body and clashed with the seventh prince. Rumble. In midair, a terrifying power erupted. Their fists collided in midair, and the power that erupted from their fists was absolutely terrifying. Lin Ling, is that all you've got? The seventh prince was shocked after he collided with Lin Ling. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful that he could block his punch. You're right. That's all I've got. Compared to the seventh prince's shock, Lin Ling was not as shocked. Instead, he was a little disappointed. After the collision, he realized that the seventh prince was not as powerful as he had imagined. Therefore, he attacked again. His fist was still extended forward. However, a terrifying power was gathering in his foot. Then he kicked at the sky. Oh no! The seventh prince's expression changed. He pulled back his fist and pressed his hands to the ground. As soon as he did that, Lin Ling kicked at him. Rumble! Rumble! Although the kick was blocked by the seventh prince, he was still hit by the shockwave. His hair danced wildly, and he looked like he was barely holding on. Behind him, the sky split open. A sword mark like a wave of energy shot up into the sky. This energy was obviously produced by Lin Ling's kick. How terrifying! I'm afraid he was just warming up before. Now he's going all out. Lin Ling is too monstrous. I knew it. He was just torturing people in the previous competition. He didn't use his full strength at all. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. However, Lin Ling became a trial taker later than the seventh prince. Everyone was shocked by this battle. Those voices had undoubtedly caused the seventh prince to be unable to swallow his pride. That's all you've got. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice resounded. Then his other foot soared into the air. It was mixed with the power of divinity, world essence, and the strength of his body. Like a blade, it slashed towards the seventh prince's head. Crackle! The void was instantly shattered. However, when the sole of his foot reached the seventh prince's head, 9 dragons shot up into the sky, forming a purple light screen that blocked Lin Ling's kick. However, although he blocked Lin Ling's attack, the seventh prince was even angrier. This was because the script he had in mind was not like this. He originally thought that once he attacked, Lin Ling would be suppressed by him. At that time, he would let Lin Ling know the price of bad breath. However, the script now was that he was suppressed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling. The seventh prince was enraged and shouted angrily. Fly for me. Lin Ling smiled and used the step of wisdom. It enveloped the seventh prince and instantly sealed a portion of his strength. The seventh prince had the divine fetus, so the step of wisdom could only seal a portion of his strength. However, to Lin Ling, this was enough. After sealing the seventh prince's strength, Lin Ling's fist punched out like a battering ram. The power of fire, thunder, and so on all gathered on that fist. Boom. Chapter 4079. Super crushing. Rumble. Behind the seventh prince, there was an immediate impact. Clearly, after Lin Ling's punch landed on the seventh prince's stomach, the impact passed through the seventh prince's body and affected the sky behind the seventh prince. Rumble. This. Such a terrifying scene shocked everyone once again. At the same time, blood flowed out from the corner of the seventh prince's mouth. He lowered his head in disbelief as if he could not believe that Lin Ling had hit him. In the next moment, a torrential storm of power finally erupted from his stomach. Swoosh! He could not control his body and was shot towards Snow City like a cannonball. Rumble! A large number of houses collapsed in an instant. The entire city was shaking as if it was about to collapse. How dare you hit on my wife? I'm paying you back for that punch. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he floated in the sky. The entire city was shocked. Even Songqiri and the others were shocked. Songqiri knew that Lin Ling was more powerful than him. However, he had always thought that Su Mo was only slightly more powerful. Now, it seemed that Lin Ling was more than twice as powerful as him. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's cultivation was only at LV2 martial god realm. Leader, are you alright? Looking at the 7th Emperor Alliance, all the princes stared in the direction where the 7th prince had been sent flying and suddenly stammered. This was the first time they had seen the 7th prince being beaten so badly. Hush! On the other hand, the God-Slayer Alliance booed and mocked. Rumble. However, as a trial tester, the 7th prince's strength was not that simple. Soon, a figure rushed out from the ground and charged toward Lin Ling with rolling tribulation clouds. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you. The 7th prince's eyes turned red and bloodshot. To make him, a prince, a participant, lose so much face, this was a great humiliation to the 7th prince. He, the 7th prince, had been the son of a god since he was young. He had always been the center of attention, and his life had always been smooth sailing. He was always the center of attention wherever he went. When had he ever been humiliated like this? When the 7th prince appeared not too far away from Lin Ling, a tyrannical power erupted from his body. The 9 dragons coiled around him and erupted with a radiance similar to that of a sea urchin. Divine might, super berserker realm. Obviously, he also knew that Lin Ling was stronger than him in terms of strength. Lin Ling even had a strange method that could seal a portion of his strength. Therefore, he used his divine might to intimidate Lin Ling and greatly reduce Lin Ling's battle prowess. This was also the effect of Shen Wei. Life and Death True Dragon, Limitless Divine Dragon, 5 Elements Royal Dragon, Golden Fire King Dragon, Great Yin Yang Emperor Dragon, Radiant Grand Dragon, Star King Ancient Dragon, Paradise Immortal Dragon, and Ao Tai Star Dragon. All kinds of true dragons filled the entire sky. These dragons were all true dragons, the dragons of 9 and 5. The Supreme 9 Palace Divine Emperor Technique. Adine trembled and looked at the sky in disbelief. Such power! Rumble! As the 9 dragons coiled around the 7th prince, the radiance of the sea urchin continued to spread. Everywhere it passed, people felt a sense of worship. Their battle prowess was completely suppressed. It was as if they were looking at a god. What kind of magical ability is this? Why is it so powerful? Many people kept exclaiming because among them, there were people with acquired godly fetuses. However, they were also suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Could this be the legendary Shen Wei? The other deans were stunned for a moment before they finally reacted. Moreover, that should be the Berserker realm. The dean of Miaoshan College was obviously the most excited. Then he looked at Lin Ling and sneered. Lin Ling would not lose this time. Berserker realm. At this moment, Lin Ling was also being attacked by that power. He felt that a part of his strength was sealed, and this seal was still increasing. This feeling was similar to when Sister Zhen sealed his strength. However, Lin Ling also had the Berserker realm. As long as Lin Ling activated the Berserker realm, the effect of the seal would immediately disappear. Tiskeske, such a godly fetus is amazing. While Lin Ling was shocked by the 7th prince's strength, a voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Ling turned around and saw that it was the giant ghost. The giant ghost and Lin Ling had not seen each other for a year. Because Lin Ling had climbed the sea god stairs, the giant ghost did not follow him. Instead, it stayed in snow-blowing city with the golden-white evil spirit. You know this kind of talent? Lin Ling was happy to see the giant ghost appear. He then smiled. Of course, this godly fetus comes from the golden palace of Haoyan, the supreme nature mystic true Jade Emperor. The giant ghost stared ahead and said fiercely, "What a long name." Lin Ling was shocked. In short, it's the Jade Emperor. The giant ghost said again. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The Jade Emperor? Of course, he had heard of it. It had appeared many times in the myths of Wuxia. He never expected that the 7th prince's godly fetus bloodline came from the Jade Emperor. No wonder he could become a trial taker. However, Lin Ling still had a feeling that the 7th prince's godly fetus was not as good as Lei Gong's trial taker, Shengyi. After all, Shengyi's godly fetus came from the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was even more ancient. He was an ancient god. However, he has not cultivated it to perfection. Although he has unleashed the aura of the godly fetus, he has a weakness. At this time, the giant ghost said again, "What weakness?" Lin Ling was suddenly curious. Although he was confident that he could defeat the seventh prince, he was also curious about the seventh prince's weakness. The dragon root, the point where all the true emperor's dragon chi condenses. The giant ghost explained. Then, seeing Lin Ling's confusion, it continued, "It's between his legs. If he is attacked, I'm afraid his strength will be halved." Hearing this, Lin Ling's jaw dropped. Having the seventh prince's strength would be halved just like that? He suddenly could not bear it. After all, the seventh prince was not an ordinary person. He was a trial taker. If he were to cripple him, the god behind the seventh prince would definitely be furious. Moreover, between the legs, that was the most important part of a man. If it was destroyed, even God would lose face. After all, God had the means to restore it. However, people would also say that it was a counterfeit, a fake root. "Lin Ling, I want you dead." At this time, the seventh prince had already rushed towards Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. "Lin Ling, how are you going to fight?" Seeing the seventh prince's terrifying aura, the people from the various academies sneered, looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's miserable state. Chapter 4080. Crippled. "Oh no!" The old woman immediately shouted and wanted to help. She was Lin Ling's guardian. She definitely couldn't let anything happen to Lin Ling in front of her. However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the sky, suddenly shouted, "Don't think that you're the only one who has reached the Berserker realm." After he finished speaking, his lightning-lock physique burst out. Lightning bolts swept across the sky like sea urchins. Electric snakes danced in the sky. Those who were weaker were directly electrocuted. Boom, boom. The two of them hadn't even gotten close yet, but the two types of divine might were already clashing, tearing apart the sky. Moreover, they were both at the super berserk realm, becoming more and more berserk as they fought. Looking from the ground, it was simply like two gods were fighting. Lin Ling is also in the berserker stage. The dean of Miaoshan College stared at Lin Ling. His pupils constricted as he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. When he looked at the seventh prince again, he was a little dumbfounded. This was because he could sense that his divine might had been completely blocked by Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a violent backlash of lightning. "Kill me!" At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. After releasing his divine might, he did not plan to hold back anymore. If the seventh prince wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would have no choice but to cripple his dragon root. Even if the god behind the seventh prince was enraged, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Under countless gazes, the two figures approached each other from afar and collided violently. The tyrant song sword and the true inheritance dark sword appeared in Lin Ling's hands. He unleashed all of his power of divinity. Around his body, endless lightning bolts roared like sea urchins, blocking all of the seventh prince's divine might. This also meant that the following clash between the two of them would be a clash of strength. The two swords whistled through the air like two dragons from the gods. Die! At this moment, the seventh prince could no longer retreat, so he did not have the time to be surprised, and activated it with all his might. Rumble! 9 dragons soared into the sky, and the phantom of an ancient god monarch appeared. This god monarch was tall and mighty, and he wore a dark robe with 9 dragons. He wore green moon boots made of silk and a purple crystal crown on his head. He looked down on the world. This was especially true for his neck, where boundless light of sovereign chi gushed out from his square collar. Looking at the god emperor, countless people felt suffocated. They could only sense a strong divine might coming at them. The ancient emperor of the era of gods. A dean spoke solemnly. And just as Lin Ling's 2 swords arrived, an imperial decree suddenly fell from the sky, bringing with it endless purple energy that wrapped around Lin Ling, sealing him within. Lin Ling is no match for him? Some people's eyes trembled. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if they were witnessing the vicissitudes of life, the mythical monarch horoscope. Swoosh. However, at this moment, the huge imperial decree suddenly swayed, and then a blinding light shot out. A hole appeared in the center of the imperial decree, and it grew bigger and bigger. Under the shocked gaze of the entire city, the imperial decree was finally torn apart. The two swords were like dragons, and they attacked the seventh prince again. The seventh prince's eyes narrowed. He had already activated his talent, realm essence, and divine power to the limit, but he still could not block Lin Ling's two swords. From this perspective, Lin Ling's overall strength was above his. Go! Go! The seventh prince roared, and controlled the 9 dragons to block the two swords. Seeing this, Lin Ling's expression did not change. Like a flying immortal, red and yellow light bloomed on the two swords. He had already channeled the divine power of the Bodhi Testimony divine technique into the two swords. The two swords immediately buzzed and slapped out, one left and one right. The 9 dragons were slapped away, and there was a roar as if they were about to collapse. Next, the 2 shooting stars finally appeared in front of the seventh prince. However, the swords that were originally pointed at the seventh prince's chest suddenly flicked downwards. Pucci! Blood spurted out. The seventh prince was immediately stunned in the sky. He sensed that his world essence, talent, and divine power were all flowing away like water. He couldn't help but lower his head to look, and found 2 swords hanging between his legs. The seventh prince howled in pain, and he fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. When he hit the ground, he rolled on the ground while holding his legs. He looked extremely miserable. The entire city was silent. Everyone saw that the seventh prince had lost, and Lin Ling had crippled his manhood. As for the Seventh Emperor Alliance, the crown princes' faces were extremely pale. Their leaders' balls had been crushed. However, when they saw the seventh prince's pained expression, the crown princes could not hold it in any longer. After all, they had the mandate of heaven and earth. Lin Ling had defeated the seventh prince, but he had crippled the seventh prince's manhood. This was a great humiliation to the Seventh Emperor Alliance. Lin Ling, how dare you? The seventh prince is a trial taker. How dare you cripple his manhood? You're dead. One of the crown princes shouted angrily. What a joke. He's a trial taker? He wanted to kill me. I'm already being lenient by crippling his manhood. Even if a god is here, I'm still in the right. In the sky, Lin Ling put away his sword and smiled coldly. However, the seventh prince is a trial taker, but you guys aren't. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for attacking. The Seventh Emperor Alliance's members did not dare to speak. Although they were sovereigns, Lin Ling was a god. They could not afford to offend him. Take the seventh prince away from Blizzard City. Also, tell him that he provoked me first. He can't blame me for crippling his manhood. If he dares to offend me again, I'll cripple his balls. Lin Ling said again. His voice was filled with authority. Cripple his balls again? The Seventh Emperor Alliance's members felt a chill run down their legs. They did not dare to speak anymore. They hurriedly helped the seventh prince up and fled into the sky. The seventh prince was trembling all over. He glared at Lin Ling with hatred, because he knew that Lin Ling had crippled his manhood, but he had also crippled half of his strength. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. He also knew that from now on his reputation as a trial taker had hit rock bottom. He was afraid that when he returned to the god's side, the other trial takers would look at him with discrimination. Scram! Lin Ling stared at the seventh prince and sneered. He naturally knew that the seventh prince wanted to kill him. However, he also knew that if he killed a trial taker in front of so many people, the god behind the seventh prince would definitely come knocking on his door. At that time, he would only bring trouble to Lei Gong. This made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. Although he was incomparably powerful, he was still much weaker in the world of the 4 great gods. I think the divine Tao competition should be over by now. Then, Lin Ling floated down from the sky and looked at the deans indifferently. The deans' expressions became complicated. Some were gnashing their teeth, some were helpless, some were sighing, and some were angry. It was as if all the emotions in life were written on their faces. It's over. Chapter 4081. Grandpa Tang. The Divine Tao competition of the Academy ended just like that. Moreover, It was messed up by the host, Lin Ling, making the people of the final world remember the Snow Wind Academy. I knew that after that guy came back, he would definitely abuse people. We know that he's abusing people, but there's nothing we can do. Who asked him to be a student of the Snow Wind Academy? Moreover, his cultivation time is so short. Most importantly, I'm afraid that his strength is stronger than ours. The various city lords also began to leave and whisper to each other. Previously, Lin Ling's battle with the seventh prince was so fierce that it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. This let them know the height of Lin Ling in the final world. Perhaps only those who have a relationship with the gods are qualified to fight with Lin Ling. And Lin Ling did not pay attention to the people of the other academies. Instead, he smiled and walked towards the Snow Wind Academy. Lin Ling, amazing! The two deans were undoubtedly very excited. The dean even gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. I was just lucky," Lin Ling immediately said politely. Looking at his calm appearance, it was completely different from the wild and domineering attitude he had during the battle. Lin Ling. Subsequently, many people from the Snow Wind Academy rushed over. Lin Ling's former teacher, Siluan, and the people of his class all surrounded Lin Ling. They were all laughing and recalling the days when Lin Ling was in the first God Hall. At that time, Lin Ling was a special case in the Snow Wind Academy. He often did not come to the academy. Occasionally, he would appear and bring a reign of terror. However, a special case was indeed a special case. Lin Ling was also the fastest martial artist in the history of the Snow Wind Academy to advance to the third God Hall. And while everyone was working hard for the third God Hall, Lin Ling had already become the heavenly voice of God. His strength had even surpassed the various city lords. If such a legendary figure did not appear in front of them, they would definitely think that they were dreaming. Second brother. At this time, Sakura and the others also rushed over. Great leader. Many of them were leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance. Next, Songchiri and the old woman also walked over. Xiao Yu, Savage Sword, and the others all walked over. Then, the whole city burst into cheers because everyone knew that Lin Ling's heavenly voice of God had made Snow-Blowing City proud. Looking at the city lords and deans, they shook their heads and left helplessly. That night, Lin Ling also celebrated with everyone. Looking at the joyous surroundings, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Thinking back on his life, he could be considered to have walked a colorful path. And now, he had finally reached the world of gods. Thinking about it, reaching the peak of martial arts was not far away. Brother Ling, what are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Ling in a daze while holding the wineglass, Yu suddenly noticed something and pulled Lin Ling's arm. Nothing. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. I know Brother Ling is thinking about the past. Yu was worthy of being Lin Ling's childhood sweetheart. She had guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. Lin Ling suddenly nodded and sighed. Sometimes when I think back, all of this is like a dream. Sometimes I even remember the days when I was in Gu Yen's sect. At that time, we were looking forward to the future and were full of curiosity about the outside world. But I didn't expect that the former young man of Gu Yen's sect has reached such heights today. Yes, the former young man who chased after his dreams is now a god. Yu smiled and nodded. Moreover, I accompanied the young man to witness all of this. I am very proud and I feel a sense of accomplishment. Thank you. Lin Ling said gratefully. It won't be long before I, Lin Ling, also set foot on the peak of the gods. At that time, my goal will be over. Brother Ling, I believe that you can definitely do it. Yu quietly held Lin Ling's hand and did not speak anymore. But her action also represented everything. She would always accompany Lin Ling until Lin Ling reached the peak of the gods. Lin Ling, Enyuer, Xianxia, and the others also came over and quietly accompanied Lin Ling. The vast hall was bustling with noise. However, the people quietly noticed the situation on Lin Ling's side. They all smiled gently and pretended not to see it, because they also knew that Lin Ling had disappeared for 10 years. The last time he came back was just a hurried visit. Now that he was back, naturally, he wanted to accompany his family. Senior sister, I didn't expect that the rising star in the past has become a god above us today. Song Chiri and the old woman clinked their glasses of wine and sighed with relief. Lin Ling had become a god, and as guardians, they were obviously very proud of him. They had also completed their mission. They could also foresee that in the future, Lin Ling would also be an indispensable existence in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling, get out here. At this moment, a roar resounded through the entire sky. Then, Snow City started to shake. This shocked everyone. They immediately rushed out and looked at the sky. An old man had appeared in the sky. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at the earth majestically. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in a rage. Lin Ling also led the people out of the hall and looked up at the old man in the sky. Lin Ling did not know this person, but Lin Ling could sense that this person was not weak. Not only was he at the late stage of the martial god realm, but he also had a divine fetus. A divine fetus was an extremely rare existence in the final world. This old man who had come at random had a divine fetus. This old man was definitely not simple. Lin Ling estimated that this old man's strength was not much weaker than that of the top 10 martial gods in Jojo. Who are you? Although Lin Ling was shocked by the old man's strength, he was not afraid of him. He had a life-saving trump card. If he used it with all his strength, he would still have a chance to kill this old man. The price he would have to pay was to waste 2 life-saving trump cards. Grand Duke Tang. The old man's eyes were red as he looked at Lin Ling and shouted, "Rumble!" This loud shout caused the earth to split open. Looking up into the sky again, a huge black seal was floating there, exuding an extremely crazy divine might. The super crazy realm. Lin Ling was instantly sure that this person was from the 4 great gods. Among the 4 great gods, the people of the Kurishin and Lei Gong did not dare to be so rude. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that this person was from the other 2 great gods. This is the heaven-flipping seal, my divine fetus. If I seal it, all of your heads will explode. Grand Duke Tang said majestically. He was using his powerful strength to intimidate Lin Ling and make Lin Ling submit. What are you doing here? However, Lin Ling's expression was normal as he spoke indifferently. I'm here for the 7th prince. Grand Duke Tang looked coldly at Lin Ling and stated his purpose. Everyone in the city suddenly understood. Chapter 4082. The God of Treasures had arrived. Then what do you want to do? Lin Ling also came to a realization, but he was still not afraid. He was Lei Gong's man, so he did not believe that Grandfather Tang would dare to touch him. Haha. Hearing this, Grandfather Tang laughed out loud. His laughter was incomparably arrogant, as if he had Lin Ling in his grasp. I know what you're thinking. You think that because you're a trial taker, I don't dare to kill you, right? Then, Grandfather Tang said sarcastically. That's right. Lin Ling nodded. Hee hee, you're too naive. Although I don't dare to touch you, I can fight you and then cripple your balls. Grand Duke Tang sneered sinisterly and stated his goal in front of everyone. From the looks of it, he was simply unscrupulous. It was also because he was indeed not afraid of Lin Ling. Although he could not kill him, he could cripple Lin Ling. Lin Ling had the guts to cripple the 7th prince. One had to know that he was the 7th prince's guardian and also a god's man. Not long ago, he saw the 7th prince return covered in blood. At that time, he was scared out of his wits. When he saw that the 7th prince's dragon root had been crippled, his heart ached even more. Therefore, when he found out that the murderer was Lin Ling, he was furious. He wanted to return the favor. Ask the guardian behind you to come out. I'll cripple him too. With that thought in mind, Grandfather Tang said domineeringly. Snow-blowing city was completely silent. Everyone knew that this old man's background was not simple. He was also a follower of a god. They could not help but look at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was very strong, anyone could see that he was no match for the old man. If the old man made a move, then Lin Ling might also be crippled. Ask your friend to come out. I'll cripple him too. Seeing that no one spoke, Grandfather Tang shouted again. His attitude could be said to be incomparably domineering. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was silent, but he had already prepared his trump card. He wanted to see who would cripple who in a head-on clash. You don't dare to speak? Ask your grandfather to come out. I'll cripple him too. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Grandfather Tang became even more insufferably arrogant. He seemed to be venting the anger in his heart. Who's next? Next, he walked towards the ground. Step by step, the earth. The sky-flipping seal in the sky exuded a terrifying divine power and sealed off the entire snow city. The cyclic sky seal was a great treasure from the era of gods, and it had been refined by him into a talent. Although the price was to give up his original talent, after obtaining a divine treasure like the cyclic sky seal, he was still quite important in the world of gods. He even thought of himself as a god. My battle with the seventh prince was a fair one. You forced me to fight and even wanted to cripple me. Aren't you afraid of Lei Gong's anger? Lin Ling could not let the people of Snow City be implicated, so he also walked out. Lei Gong is not so petty. This is a matter between the trial takers. Let the trial takers settle it themselves. Unfortunately, Grandfather Tang was still unscrupulous. The sneer on his face deepened. I'll let you see my flipping sky seal. Let me tell you, this is a second-grade divine fetus. He grabbed out with his big hand. In the sky, divine power was vast and mighty, suppressing the entire city. Lin Ling also immediately erupted with divine power. He was in the berserk realm. Thunder immediately spread out in the sky as if thunderclouds were descending. Moreover, he also activated the flame of the human monarch and other means. Between his hands, he had two trump cards, one offensive and one defensive. However, just as he was about to use his trump card to repel his opponent, in the distance, a fierce roar suddenly came. I'll do it! In the distant sky, a meteor shot over quickly. It seemed to split the sky, and the scene of an endless void appeared. This also gave people the illusion that this person had forcibly rushed into the final world from the void. One had to know that the final world had a protective barrier. Other than the border cities, ordinary people could not force their way in. You'll do it? What are you worth? I'll even cripple you. What I'm most afraid of is that you don't have balls. Grandfather Tang let out a shrill voice. He was even crazier. He wanted to see who would dare to stop him. Moreover, he wanted to cripple that person and let everyone know what the consequences of crippling one's balls were. Obviously, he was also killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Flipping sky seal. Grandfather Tang roared and controlled the flipping sky seal to smash at the person behind him. The huge flipping sky seal, which was filled with boundless divine power, smashed out cleanly. Lin Ling, do you think anyone can save you? Let me tell you, I'm a god. Then, Grandfather Tang said coldly to Lin Ling without even looking behind him. However, he did not see that the huge flipping sky seal behind him had already been lifted by one hand. The most terrifying thing was that after resisting the flipping sky seal, the person did not slow down and continued to roar. This time, countless people in Snow City opened their mouths wide. This person was too awe-inspiring. Even Lin Ling's pupils constricted because he did not know who it was. He did not even think that someone would come to help him. However, when the person came closer, he realized that it was also an old man. However, Lin Ling was very familiar with this old man, because this was Treasure God Nan Wufingyu. Lin Ling was very surprised by the sudden appearance of Treasure God Nan Wufingyu. However, Treasure God Nan Wufingyu was holding the flipping sky seal and looking at Lin Ling in surprise. His beard was blown up. Then, his eyes suddenly moistened and tears flowed down silently. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment and became confused. Although he had not seen Treasure God Nan Wufingyu for a long time, Treasure God Nan Wufingyu should not cry. Grandpa! In the crowd, Xiaoyu also shouted in surprise. However, she could also see that her grandpa seemed to be a little different. This was because her grandpa had always treated big brother Lin Ling very seriously, but this time, he actually cried? Old friend. After Treasure God Nan Wufingyu shed tears, he stared at the lightning around Lin Ling and shouted, Old friend. Lin Ling was even more shocked. Although he knew Treasure God Nan Wufingyu, they were not old friends. I've been looking for you for many years. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu said again. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head because he also felt that the old friend that Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was talking about was not him. However, why was Treasure God Nan Wufenyu staring at him and crying? That's enough. At this moment, an untimely shriek interrupted Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. Of course, that person was Grand Duke Tang. He was so angry that his face was trembling. This was because an old man suddenly came and cried in front of him, completely ignoring him. Is this old man's eyesight failing him? Was he treating him like a vase? Damn old man, how dare you ruin my plans? I'm going to break your balls. Chapter 4083. He had no balls. Lin Ling smiled, knowing that Grand Duke Tang was about to suffer. In the past, Nan Wufenyu had fought against Wenian martial god and seriously injured him. Lin Ling later found out that this was because Nan Wufenyu was already injured. Otherwise, Wenian martial god would have been dead long ago. Now, Grand Duke Tang dared to provoke Nan Wufenyu? He was definitely plucking the fur from a tiger's mouth. You said you want to cripple my balls? Nan Wufenyu said coldly. That's right, the balls between your legs. Grand Duke Tang was afraid that Nan Wufenyu didn't know what balls were, so he pointed at them. It's been a long time since someone tried to hit my balls. Since you want to cripple me, I'll cripple you. Nan Wufenyu didn't have time to care who Grand Duke Tang was. He turned and walked toward him, still holding the cyclic sky seal in his hand. If Grand Duke Tang was more attentive, he would have noticed that Nan Wufenyu could easily control the cyclic sky seal. This person's strength was not as simple as he imagined. But now, he was so angry that he forgot everything. Not only do I want to hit your balls, I want to do it in front of everyone. Grand Duke Tang shouted angrily. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head and turned to leave. He knew that the battle would be one-sided. And that was the truth. Grand Duke Tang was angry. However, Nan Wufenyu was even angrier. He had just found his close friend's legacy and met his granddaughter, but someone had interrupted him. He wanted to cripple his balls. I'll cripple you. He held the cyclic sky seal and smashed it at Grand Duke Tang. Grand Duke Tang finally reacted. His eyes widened. His cyclic sky seal had been held by that stupid old man all this time? He immediately shouted, "Return! Return!" However, the cyclic sky seal seemed to have lost contact with him and was no longer under his control. How is this possible? Grandfather Tang let out a loud roar. The cyclic sky seal was his innate talent. Now, his innate talent was being controlled by someone else? As far as he knew, there had never been anyone who possessed such terrifying strength, unless that person was a god. However, he had seen all of the 4 great gods, and he had never seen this old man who was crying like an idiot. Bang! The flipping sky seal came crashing down. From the looks of it, it was even stronger than when Grand Duke Tang controlled it. Grandpa Tang was smashed into the ground as if he had been planted with a carrot. However, the flipping sky seal did not stop smashing down. It continued to smash at Grand Duke Tang's head, causing him to be covered in dirt and constantly vomiting blood. Looking at his entire body, he had been smashed so hard that only his head was left on the ground. He looked at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu in shock. How could this idiotic old man be so powerful? If you want to cripple my balls, then I'll cripple yours. At this time, Nan Wufenyu appeared in front of Grand Duke Tang. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to explode and intimidate Grand Duke Tang once more. Nan Wufenyu reached out and grabbed between Grandpa Tang's legs. This time, the people of Snow City laughed. How arrogant was Grandpa Tang before? He had threatened to cripple everyone's balls, but now he was going to be crippled. No! Grand Duke Tang immediately shouted when he saw this. His voice was incomparably anxious. However, he was controlled by Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's power. An invisible wind sealed his entire body, making him unable to even move a finger. He could only watch as Treasure God Nan Wufenyu crippled him. But soon, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu let out a cry of surprise. This was because he had grabbed empty air. Could it be that you don't have balls? Treasure God Nan Wufenyu asked suspiciously. His tone caused Grand Duke Tang's face to turn red. The crowd was naturally in an uproar. Even Lin Ling rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "Could it be that he's a eunuch? But it looks very likely because he's protecting the seventh prince. The seventh prince is the son of heaven. The person protecting the son of heaven is naturally a eunuch." "What's a eunuch?" Yu Yu and the others immediately asked curiously. "It's a person without balls," Lin Ling said with a grin. "In layman's terms, he's not a man." "Wah, so that old man isn't a man. No wonder he said that he would cripple someone's balls. He was jealous." When the crowd heard Lin Ling's words, they could not help but laugh. "Now that the seventh prince doesn't have balls, isn't he also a eunuch?" Someone else spoke. There was no doubt that the laughter of Snow City had reached the horizon. In the distant sky, a pale-faced young man was stunned. The veins on his forehead were bulging. And he was naturally the seventh prince. He hid in the distance because he wanted to see Lin Ling's tragic end. However, an old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was ridiculously powerful. Not only did he defeat Grand Duke Tang, he even wanted to cripple him. Now he, the seventh prince, had also lost face. It would not be long before people would think that he, the seventh prince, was an androgynous figure like Grand Duke Tang. Androgynous thing. "Bah, you've dirted my hands. Get lost." Nan Wufengyu spat and slapped Grand Duke Tang's white and tender face a dozen times. Then, he swung his hand and threw Grand Duke Tang away. "My cyclic sky seal." Grand Duke Tang rolled on the ground like a gourd. When he stopped, he angrily looked at Nan Wufengyu. Because Nan Wufengyu had taken his cyclic sky seal. "If you don't get lost, then don't blame me for killing you." Nan Wufengyu clearly had no intention of returning the treasure. His eyes began to show killing intent. "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you have Ju K behind you." He could also see the origin of this person. Grand Duke Tang suddenly gritted his teeth. However, he knew that if he did not leave, the other party would do something to him, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Eunuch, ta! Seeing Grand Duke Tang run away in fear, Snow City also burst into laughter. "Lin Ling, this cyclic sky seal is for you." Nan Wufengyu immediately walked towards Lin Ling and said excitedly. "This." Lin Ling immediately felt embarrassed. This was because Nan Wufengyu had helped him drive Grand Duke Tang away. Now that Nan Wufengyu had given him such a precious treasure, he naturally felt bad. "Take it." However, Nan Wufengyu's gaze towards Lin Ling was no longer as dignified as before. Instead, it was more amiable. Lin Ling had no choice but to accept it. Then, he glanced at Yu Yu and the others and finally gave this treasure to Xian Yuange. After all, Yu Yu had the dragon god innate talent, and Yuer had the divine fetus, and Xian Yuange was the weakest. Now that he had the cyclic sky seal, he only needed to refine it and Xian Yuange would become a god in one step. "In a few days I'll refine this treasure for her." Chapter 4084. The netherworld mirror lit up. "Thank you, Grandpa." Xian Yuange said gratefully. "Grandpa." At this time, Xiaoyu rushed out and hugged Nan Wufengyu's leg, her eyes wet. "Xiaoyu." Treasure god Nan Wufengyu also hugged Xiaoyu and gave her a fierce kiss on the cheek before sizing her up. Xiaoyu had matured a lot since then and was no longer a little girl. She could be called a girl now. After all, Nan Wufengyu had left Xiaoyu for quite some time. However, Xiaoyu's body seemed to be very special, so her growth was slower than others. "Let's talk inside." Lin Ling looked around, knowing that there were many people here, so he led Lin Ling to the courtyard. After entering the courtyard, everyone sat down. Lin Ling immediately poured a cup of wine for treasure god Nan Wufengyu, then looked at him with a smile. The people who could appear in the courtyard were all Lin Ling's own people, and treasure god Nan Wufengyu had clearly noticed this. He also knew that Lin Ling wanted to ask him something. Therefore, he did not hide anything and told them about his relationship with the Luai's god. This shocked Lin Ling. No wonder Nan Wufengyu looked at him differently, it was because of his Luai's physique. This Luai's god was just as Lei Gong said, loyal and righteous. He had many friends in the world of gods, and even Nan Wufengyu was one of them. Lin Ling also told him about his background. You went to Lei Gong's place? Not bad at all. I wanted to teach you some theology, but it seems like there's no need. Among the gods, Lei Gong is the best at controlling lightning. Nanhua Fengyu immediately felt happy for Lin Ling, then said, Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu for me all these years. Seeing Xiaoyu grow up safely, I, Nanhua Fengyu, owe you a favor. After he finished speaking, he walked out and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. Back then, Lin Ling had promised him that if anyone dared to touch Xiaoyu, they would have to do it over Lin Ling's dead body. And Lin Ling had kept his word. Lin Ling's expression changed after seeing treasure god Nanhua Fengyu bow. He quickly helped the old man up. We're a family now, no need to be so calculative. Oh, what a family. I didn't think that after the fall of the gods, I, treasure god Nanhua Fengyu, would have so many more relatives besides little you. Good, Lin Ling, I'll recognize you as my relative. Nanhua Fengyu laughed after hearing Lin Ling, but his eyes were a bit moist. First, Lin Ling had inherited his old friend's legacy. To him, Lin Ling was his old friend's descendant. 2. For so many years, Nanhua Fengyu treasure god didn't have any friends because he knew that gods couldn't have friends. No matter how close they were, they would eventually die of old age and leave him. He didn't like the feeling of being separated by life and death, so he didn't make any friends. However, Lin Ling was qualified because Lin Ling was also a god. From now on, my home will also be your home. Lin Ling emotionally said. I'll be counting on you from now on. Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu nodded and smiled. Yu Yu's group was very happy to see their enthusiastic conversation. Everyone began to drink noisily until it was late at night. On the second day, Lin Ling also brought his grandpa and the others over. He was the heavenly voice of the gods, so it wasn't hard for him to bring the extreme flame ancestor and the others to the final world. After the people from Qing province arrived, Lin Ling's courtyard became even livelier. Not only did his grandpa, mother, and all his wives live in his courtyard, but it also had his master, disciples, and all his friends from Qing province. During this time, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere and spent every day with his friends and family. After experiencing the matter between Lei Gong and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu, he knew that days like this were extremely rare. Of course, Lin Ling didn't stop cultivating. He also began to refine the divine essence of the god's inheritance treasure. After all, Lin Ling hadn't been eliminated by the gods after entering the god's world because of the god's inheritance treasure. After reaching the second level of the martial god realm, more divine essences appeared, and they were all of the fire attribute. After a period of comprehension and refinement, Lin Ling's human monarch's flame transformed again, giving him an additional trace of the human monarch's aura. The divine ability he created had also reached the second level, the Great Earth Flame. This flame had given birth to 10 strands of divine power. With the power to sweep through the earth, it burned everything. Everything that was burned was assimilated and controlled by Lin Ling. Currently, Lin Ling had 16 strands of divine power. Divine power, this was the power of the gods. It could bring the dead back to life and reverse the universe. The more divine power one had, the stronger one's strength would be. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The god's inheritance treasure was really amazing. It had sped up his cultivation by a lot. Then, as spring passed and autumn came, Lin Ling stayed in Snow-Blowing City. Grandpa. Lin Ling and his wife also stayed in Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling's granddaughter often pestered Lin Ling. The little girl from back then had now become a girl in her teens. She had grown faster than Xiaoyu. Looking at his slim and graceful granddaughter, Lin Ling naturally doted on her. Of course, at the same time, he sighed inwardly. It was as if he had aged a lot. He waited quietly like this. Finally, one day, the netherworld mirror was completely lit up. Lin Ling had been waiting for the netherworld mirror. After seeing the mirror lit up, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. The door to the netherworld realm was open. The people from the rainforest sacred land were coming back. Familiar faces, friends who had grown up with Lin Ling, appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Lord Shui Wu. Immortal came. Great Demon King of the East. His former disciple, martial god Yungu, sword immortal Tsang Tian, Dark Dragon Emperor. The former 7 emperors of the Rainforest Sacred Land. The former second prince of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the former Gu Yen sect. Bringing back those old friends was Lin Ling's lifelong wish. Grandpa! Then, Lin Ling strode out of the room and came to the courtyard excitedly. He shouted to everyone. Ling, have we waited? Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were all there. They were very excited. They all knew that the people from the Rainforest Sacred Land were coming back. So, they had been waiting. Today, they had finally waited. They couldn't be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had more friends because Lin Ling had traveled to a wider place. However, they came from the Rainforest Sacred Land. The people there were their friends and their relatives. Chapter 4085. Resurrection. That's great. Uncle Shui Wu is coming back. Dad, thank you. Dad. Lin Yi remembered Lord Shui Wu, who had taught him martial arts when he was young. Then he looked at Lin Ling excitedly. He knew that this was his father's ability. Dad! Ancestor Tai Yen and the others also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. They knew that this was the ability of the Lin family's son. To be able to resurrect the dead. Who could do it? Let's go and welcome them. Yes. Lin Ling nodded at them. Then he led them in the direction indicated by the netherworld mirror. They were walking towards the void, and the journey was extremely long. Lin Ling kept looking at the netherworld mirror in his hand. There was netherworld chi rolling in it, indicating the direction. God is really omnipotent. Dad! At the same time, Lin Ling was secretly envious. If it were not for Lord Lei Gong's help, Lin Ling would not have been able to ask the netherworld for help. In fact, he, Lin Ling, had not even been to the netherworld before. While Lin Ling and the others were rushing over, in the distant void, a large number of mysterious people appeared. They began to tear the void and opened an ancient door. Then, a black dragon and a black phoenix roared out. These were the netherworld beasts guarding the netherworld gate. Rumble! The huge bronze door slowly opened, as if opening the road between the netherworld and the human realm. The netherworld was the core of the 10,000 realms of hell. Some powerful martial artists who had committed many evil deeds would not be controlled by their realms after they died. Instead, they would go to the netherworld. That was because the dead martial artists were too powerful. The ghost realm in their realms could not control them, so they could only go to the netherworld. The netherworld was obviously more powerful and could easily control their souls. Where is this? Dad! Then, a soul slowly floated out of the bronze door. But soon, a pitch-black whip lashed out. It came from a mysterious figure riding a large black horse. The figure was completely pitch-black, as if it was formed from darkness. However, one could see that it was wearing majestic black armor. Moreover, when one looked through the armor, one could see that there was nothing inside the armor. It was extremely strange. After being lashed by the whip, the soul from before immediately trembled and no longer dared to speak carelessly. Over there. The mysterious figure on the horse made a sound. Beside the bronze door was a mirror the size of a millstone. In the mirror, all kinds of black clouds were tumbling. When the soul appeared in front of the mirror, a large number of portraits appeared in the mirror. These portraits were like white horses galloping through a crack, as if they were showing the soul's past and present lives. The last life's name was Li Shuiwu, and she came from the Northern Territory's Rainforest Holy Land. She died because of a great calamity, and in another 3,500 years, she could be reincarnated. That's right, it's you. You can now leave the netherworld and reconstruct your body. The cold voice sounded again. The mirror instantly blossomed with light, enveloping the soul. It broke the great Tao law of the void, allowing the soul to reconstruct a human body. This mirror was obviously extremely extraordinary because it could break the great Tao law of the void. This explained everything. Moreover, there were 18 such mirrors in the netherworld. Who am I? The soul was enveloped by a strange power, but gradually it began to transform into a human form. At this moment, its eyes were blank. I am Lord Shuiwu. In the end, it seemed as if his memories had awakened and his body shook. Didn't I die? Didn't I do hard labor in the netherworld? Why did I return here? He raised his head in disbelief and looked at the mysterious underworld knight not far away. You are already a human, and I have no authority to control you. As for why you can reconstruct your body, I can only say that a great figure appeared to save you. The pitch-black underworld knight said indifferently, but his tone was no longer as cold as before. Everything was as he said. The soul from before had already transformed into a human, and it was beyond his jurisdiction. At this time, more and more souls floated out of the bronze gate. However, each soul was whipped once, and then they followed the rules and came in front of the mirror. The mirror also reflected their past and present lives. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian? Lord Xuewu stared at the scene reflected by the mirror, and his body shook. Martial God Yun Gu. Spiritual Master came. Heavens, these are all my acquaintances. Lord Xuewu seemed to be struck by lightning, and then he became extremely excited. Because to be able to see his dead friends, this was like a gift from God to him. The mysterious mirror emitted a dazzling radiance with a myriad of colors. The spirits in front of the mirror quietly condensed into human form. At the beginning, they were just like Lady Xuewu. Their faces were incomparably blank. However, when their memories returned, all of them were shocked. Where am I? Senior sister, why are you here? I am not dreaming, right? Dark Dragon Emperor? Voices rose and fell one after another. Everyone looked at each other and became excited, because not only did they recover the memories of their previous lives, but they also remembered the memories of the underworld. Therefore, when they knew that they were dead, they worked hard in the underworld, waiting for the day of reincarnation. But now they were all resurrected? With their many years of experience in the underworld, this was simply impossible. Lord Xuewu. Someone immediately looked at Lord Xuewu with an excited expression. He was Immortal Came, a good friend of Li Xiaoyao in the Rainforest Holy Land, and also Lin Ling's good friend. Immortal Came. Looking at him, Lord Xuewu also laughed. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian. Next, he also greeted his acquaintances one by one. I didn't expect that we would all be resurrected. How is this possible? People were still as if they had just woken up from a dream. However, the underworld knight in the distance was still muttering to himself, confirming the identities of these people. In the end, he closed the pitch-black book in his hand. Everyone is here. The remaining people have already reincarnated. Mission complete. Then, he led a large number of mysterious people towards the underworld gate. My lord, why? Lord Xuewu and the others hurriedly looked at the mysterious underworld knight and asked. I am sorry, I am not too sure about this matter. I only know that someone came forward to help you, and to be able to make the underworld god give you a way out, that person's reputation is definitely not small, said the mysterious underworld knight. After saying that, he disappeared into the underworld gate, and the underworld gate closed with a bang, and the surroundings returned to the appearance of the void. However, Lord Xuewu and the others were even more shocked. The underworld god Net gave them a way out? In their hearts, the underworld god was an omnipotent existence, the ruler of death in the entire universe. A legendary figure of this level actually gave them a way out?